just ask that you look over the commission today, Lord, as they go about the county business. Lord, we ask that you lay your protective hand over all the county workers today and keep everybody safe. And Lord, as we're still going through this COVID, we ask that you just help with the healing of our county and be with those who have fallen ill, Lord. We ask that you watch over our entire county, Lord, and just be with everybody as they go about their workday. And offer our commission wisdom and guidance today so that they make proper decisions, Lord. All this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Good morning.
I reviewed the minutes and make a motion that we approve them.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
There's two.
Aye.
Sign. Aye. There we go.
Morning, Mr. Prophet.
How are you?
Lovely. And you?
Okay.
I'll make a motion we approve our claims in the amount of $228,075.29.
I'll second it.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 David, you got anything else?
That's all I've got until we get into
Gary?
budget stuff later.
You got anything right now?
Nothing that can't wait for a little later time.
All right. AMR?
They didn't hear you.
Hey, Mark, you got anything?
Is it yours?
Good morning, Lewis, AMR. Not a whole lot to report. Our numbers are steady and right as projected. Pre-COVID stuff, 17 for the week, 54 for the month. I had the pleasure of running with the Sheriff's Department last night at 3 a.m. and watched them find a needle in a stack of needles, and that was pretty awesome. They can give you the details on that. And I spent the weekend in Mound City for their blessings and car show. Nice fireworks display, nice parade. Other than that, everything's going great.
Mound City?
I'm sorry, Blue Mound. Blue Mound. You were looking at me. Could have corrected me.
Doug, are you ready, or you want to hold off for a second?
I'll hold off for just a second. I gotta run back outside.
Kevin?
Doug, I'm sending you another one right now that I adjusted just a little.
It's kind of a busy weekend, so I totally get Lewis's confusion there as to what town we were in when. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Our numbers for the week, we have 23 prisoners total. 16 of those are in-house, 7 of those are farmed out. This past week we had 158 911 calls and 327 total calls for service in this last week. So, but it was a pretty busy weekend, and like Lewis had stated, we did get to spend some time over in Blue Mound at the car show and the fireworks and stuff there. So that was a good time and good contact with the community, and I think everybody had a really good time. Despite the little rain that we had there early Saturday morning, held off some of the cars that would have come to the car show, but they still had a really good turnout. So we had a few incidents, nothing really remarkable. We did have kind of a little manhunt there yesterday that Lewis had talked about, and that subject was taken into custody and then later hospitalized for some injuries that he had received due to a vehicle crash, not anything involving the arrest or anything like that. But AMR was there to support us, help us, and treat the folks that we needed to take care of. So that's pretty much our weekend. Do you guys have any questions?
No, thank you.
I have a budget discussion possibly later in the meeting.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Chris, do you got anything? You have nothing you want to share with us? Are you sure? All right. Tisha?
I have budget and account. Do you do my budget later?
Yeah.
Tisha Coleman, Linn County Health Department. Just give you an update with what's going on. We had our vaccination clinic last week with, we ended up with 15 that we had attend our drive-through and got them vaccinated. We are doing that again today from 2 to 4. WIC, they have made the decision, they as in Kansas WIC, has made the decision that we will continue to do appointments over the phone for the month of July. And then as far as COVID related, we increased last week, and on Thursday evening, the number was 14, which is when we put out our numbers. In the last 7 days, 59 had been tested with a total of 468. On this weekend, that did go up another case, so we are now at 15 as of today. And then you may have seen that Linn Valley had put out some information, and then we later put out some information in regards to the cases, and that we were unable to identify the contacts or the possible contacts, and that so the people who had eaten food or served food from Linn Valley was considered to be low risk. But we were putting out for them to urge them to continue to monitor for symptoms, and if they become symptomatic, to let us know. I'm working with the Pleasanton residencies towards the end of last week. She had sent me her plan, and I recommended and sent back some information this weekend. She sent me back her plan on Saturday evening, and I just have not had a chance to review it. But my suggestions and recommendations to her were what her plan was in relation to testing, cohorting, isolation, quarantine, her COOP or continuity of operations plan. And like I said, I haven't reviewed it, but I will be this week and getting back with her, and then we'll come to you guys, the Board of Health. We did work with volunteers this past few days in regards to Catholic Charities. We are having our COVID recovery food drive on this Wednesday from 4 to 6, or when supplies are deleted, down at the Linn County Fairgrounds. Catholic Charities brought us 8 pallets of food, and over the 2 separate times this weekend, we worked with several volunteers and packed up over 500 grocery sacks and boxes full of groceries for people to, all they're gonna have to do is drive through and give us how many's in there. I am gonna ask the location that they're coming from, what community, and how many in their home there is. Now, it'll be for the first 500 recipients that come through. Now, if somebody comes through and says they have 2 or 3 families, what we'll probably do is have them get back in line, because we're going to try to disperse it out to everyone. So we encourage them to drive separately if they can. If not, then we may have them get back in.
And when's that happening?
That's Wednesday, starting at 4 o'clock at the fairgrounds. So we want to give lots of food away. There have been in Kansas some clusters of COVID clusters and outbreaks associated with some sports events and practices, and so as people go to those events and have those events, we encourage them to continue to do all of the safe practices that we've been talking about now for months. And so that would go along with, same as 4th of July, that I would just make sure and reiterate to people to use all of those safe practices as they have dinners or events or anything like that with the 4th of July weekend. That's all I have.
Well, teachers up here talking about this, I want to pass this out to you. This is an advertisement that was published in January of 2019, or 1919, advertising an anti-mask meeting. There was an organization forming to oppose the requirement that they had to wear masks. Because of the resistance to masks during that period, the virus at that time surged again, as you know, and another 675,000 people in America died as a result of it. So I just wanted to share that with you. I thought that was And then I have here a proposed advisory statement based upon our discussions last week. You may or may not want to enact it. Let me read it, and if you find it appropriate, we'll do so. The Linn County Board of Health urges citizens to continue to follow the guidance found in the Governor's Ad-Astra Plan Phase 3. This includes limiting mass gatherings to no more than 45 persons when social distancing is not practicable or possible, practicing appropriate hygiene and social distancing, and wearing masks when you cannot social distance. The board will be watching the county's infection numbers closely to determine whether it appears that Linn County is being appropriately cautious about the social interactions. The board appeals to the citizens of Linn County to voluntarily protect themselves, their families, and others by continuing to follow the guidance offered in the Governor's Ad-Astra Plan. A mandatory orders appear to be needed to protect the health of the county's citizens. The Board of Health will issue those orders in the days to come. This is pretty much the same order you issued before, but a lot of folks were asking, where do we stand on this? And so it's not couched as an order, it's couched as an advisory statement. If you want to, actually, I had another version of it that had one more sentence in it. I guess I left it off the top here. If you want to vote to issue this statement, you can, or you can just no.
I'll make a motion that we issue this statement.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All on you now.
Okay. All I ask from you is, tell everybody about our food drive and send them to us.
Okay.
It's free food
Free food.
for any Linn County resident. Do you have anything for me?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Doug? You ready?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Doug Bartlett, Linn County Fire and Emergency Management. First thing I have for you this morning is an application for the Linn County Rural Fire District for Station 960 out of Blue Mound, out of Prescott. Melissa Schroyer has filled out an application, and we would like to hire her as a probationary firefighter.
When we get these, I assume the fire chief at least, and probably the fire board is recommending this, so I'll make a motion, and I know that Prescott's shorthanded.
6.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's a great thing. I'll make a motion that we hire Melissa Schroyer for the Prescott Fire Station with the normal guidelines that we typically.
Probationary period, et cetera.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor? You said you're 6 short there?
We have a total of 6
Oh,
there right
total of
now,
6.
so this would be 7. She just came on board and works part-time with the Public Health Department as one of our contact tracers. So I don't know if we need to do the physical and drug screen since it was done in the last 30 days or so, but I'll leave that up to David.
One that recent, I don't really know why we would need to.
I wouldn't know either.
I left a packet on the table for you that is the budgets for the fire department and the emergency management department. I'll go over those. I have Don Profit, the chair of the Rural Fire Board here. As you may or may not be aware, the fire board, by your resolution that created the fire board, is responsible for reviewing all expenditures of the department. They are also responsible for submitting a budget to you. Here's his original signature. The three documents in there, the single-page document is the one that goes into the clerk. You have a document that is an Excel spreadsheet that kind of goes through and shows the line item expenditures and what the money has been budgeted for. And then to provide additional information, we worked up a 4-page narrative. I don't know, Danny, do you want me to read the narrative? Do you want me to just summarize it? What would you like?
Oh, just summarize it, it'd be fine.
Okay. Basically, it talks about the general information of the department. It talks about the fire board, the creation of the fire board, and the fact that most counties around us are budgeting 5 mills because that is the limit by statute that a fire district can levy without a vote of the public. Over the past several years, our mill value has ranged from 2.1 to 2.5, so we're about half of what other fire districts are getting as far as mills. It talks about the PPC, ISO PPC class rating. ISO is Insurance Services Office, Public Protection Classification. Ours is a 510, meaning if you're within 5 driving miles, you get a 5 rating. It does not require any hydrants to be located within 1,000 feet of your home or anything like that, because we've shown them we can haul water. If you're over 5 miles, from 5 to 7, you're a 10W. If you're more than 7 miles, you're a 10. There's nothing we can do in regards to that. One of our board members several years ago did a study and felt that about 75%, and that was before Mound City, but about 75% of our district are within that 5 miles. So we're helping a significant number of the people. Most insurance companies, not all, but most insurance companies use that rating to help determine the rates. And as we've seen and know from here in town, when they went from their value to a 10, before we came back to a 5, their rates were doubling and tripling on their insurance. So there's a significant savings for our community by having that. We talked about it a little bit last week, but I'll re-emphasize it. Over the years, we've received a lot of criticism. Our fire boards have received a lot of criticism about me being in here every week asking to spend money. And we believe there is confusion in the fact that you give me a budget, which we're talking about today, you approve that budget, but then if it goes over my spending authority, which used to be $1,000, I have to come back in and get permission to spend it, even though it is already in the budget, and I don't think the public understands that. Our board still gets complaints about that, and what we're doing is following the county purchasing rules that require us to get permission to spend money. Even though it is already approved in our budget. We have never, fire department has never been over budget in the 12 years I've been here, so we've never had to come back and ask for additional funds. Some of the budgeting difficulties, it's not easy to make a budget for the fire department because on any given year, in the past 5 years, we've responded to 359 up to 755 calls for service. In the past 15 years, it's been 294 to 840. So we're going on somewhere between 300 to 800 calls a year. It's very difficult to budget for that. We try to pick around 575 calls as our average and budget to respond to that number of calls. As you can imagine, if we are at 300 calls, half our budget's still left, and typically we roll that over into special equipment. If we respond to 800 calls, we're very tight on a budget in trying to get it done. And may have to cancel other projects within the budget to be able to respond to calls. In March of 2014, the district responded to 165 calls in 1 month. 25 of those calls were in a 2-day window, and it took about 20% of our firefighter volunteer payroll in 1 month to respond to the calls we had in that month. And if you remember, on March 13th of 2014, we responded to 10 fires in 45 to 50 mile an hour winds, 13% relative humidity. And not only did we utilize everything within our department and our county, we had 28 departments from surrounding counties, including Johnson County, Franklin County, Miami County, Bates and Vernon County, Bourbon County, Anderson County. Allen had sent them and had to call them back because they got a fire, but we had every county around us trying to help us on that day. Spent over $6,000 as I recall, and that doesn't include payroll for the other departments.
Was that the same day we had a firefighter injured pretty seriously?
I do not remember that. Yeah, that's what I don't recall that.
Same era maybe.
But more we respond to, the more costs we have in fuel, maintenance, supplies, etc. The fewer calls we respond to, the less we spend in that. So everything is somewhat relative to the number of calls. Again, we budget for around 575. Over the past 12 years, the district's been able to conserve enough budgeted funds to buy 5 brush trucks, 2 tenders, an aerial, 2 station renovations, and most recently, the 2 new engines that were ordered, and none of that was directly budgeted for. That's come through the savings we've had over the years in not just spending the money because it was in our budget. If we don't have to spend it, we roll it over into special equipment, and that has allowed us to do some of the things that we have been able to do. In addition to that, the district has brought in about $1.65 million in grant awards since 2007, which has helped us with air packs and other projects. Our 2021 budget has 4 categories: personnel, which includes the full-time staff and the volunteer firefighter payroll as they are paid per call. Contractual includes items like software licensing fees, dues and registration, utilities, physicals, food and lodging, postage, training, things such as that. Commodities are our department expenses like foam, miscellaneous small equipment, fire prevention materials, safety equipment, radio supplies, batteries to keep the radios working, pry bars, nozzles, things like that. And then capital outlay is our larger projects. As we talked about last week, the district budgets to replace 10 sets of turnout gear annually. It's about a $30,000 a year cost, as opposed to waiting for 10 years. NFPA says it should be replaced every 10 years. That would be a $300,000 cost we'd have to come up with in the budget every 10 years if we didn't do it annually. And then for about the last 30 years or so, the fire district has budgeted $50,000 to go into our special equipment account just to try to keep it moving forward, so that when we do need a major piece of equipment, there's some money in there to help with that. For the 2021 budget, personnel is $172,022. It's a $4,816 increase. It includes the current pay plus estimated step increases. It does not include a cost of living. The reason that number goes up every year is it is budgeted at what we're spending in that year, but then if there is a step increase or a cost of living given, that's not accounted for in the budget, and that's why it's up. Volunteer payroll is the same. Under contractual, there's a $2,300 increase. Most of that is annual software fees and then increased insurance costs. Last year, we paid some money in for the flights for the county aerial. That was not in our budget, so that's been included in the budget. We've gone to a monthly premium on some of the software we use, like Office and some other things, included with our annual payments for our fire reporting software. Capital outlay, commodities is $158,000. It's a $2,000 decrease. Most of that reduction comes from the change in the value I used for fuel this year. In past years, you've told me to use $4 a gallon. This year, I used $3 a gallon because fuel's down. As long as you're comfortable with that, we're looking at that as a way to try to reduce some costs. And then capital outlay is $116,500. It's an $11,530 increase. It keeps our 30,000 gear replacement, 5,000 for working with hydrants. It's got 7,500 grant matching funds. And again, if that's not a taxed line item, if we don't get the grant for that amount, then that money's just not available to spend. The main project this year in capital outlay, which is a $33,030 increase as a new request, is money to paint 4 of our fire stations that were built back in the mid-late 70s, early 80s, and that would be Blue Mound, Mound City, Parker, and Pleasanton. And we've worked with a couple of people who do painting who've suggested it's going to be around $1.50 to $2.50 per square foot to do the painting. So we use $2 as a middle ground for that, for our estimate. And then our transfer to special equipment. $651,502 is the total. It's a $16,646 increase from last year, or about 2.6%. And then we've got some short-range capital improvement planning for the next 10 years, which just talks about equipment that would likely need to be purchased over the next 10 years and timeframes and then estimated costs. Chairman Prophet, do you have anything you would like to add or say in reference to the fire budget?
Danny, you have something?
I don't.
I think you're pretty well covered. You did a great job of explaining this, appreciate that.
Yeah, this helped me
So
out a lot. thanks.
what would it do to get the 651 down to 634? What would you have to cut if you did?
We'd have to look at it. We might have to cut the painting out and defer it for another year. There's money in the budget to try to repair roofs, which is our highest priority. We're going to try to do some this year, some next year. I suppose we could let the painting go another year. The metal's just kind of rusting away, and if we don't do something at some point soon, we're going to have to replace all the metal on the sides as we're looking at doing on the roofs.
Okay. And then the transfer funds, you've been transferring that amount every year.
Yeah,
And that's the necessary amount you feel?
Well, that's the amount
To
that's
replace stuff.
been being done for about the last 30 years. I believe John Reese started that back about 30 years ago, where they were putting 50,000 in over the years, trying to keep that fund build up. Obviously, that's the fund we bought the 2 fire trucks out of, and that's due to the savings and things that we've been able to achieve over the years to purchase the equipment.
Okay.
Any more questions on the fire budget?
I don't have any.
You did a great job of laying it out. Thank
I'll quickly transition over to the emergency management budget if you want to do both of them at once, or do you want to discuss this one first?
I'll make a motion we tentatively approve the fire budget as stated.
I'll second that motion. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll go to the emergency management budget, just some general information about it. The state does require that the county maintain a minimum of 20 hours per week for an emergency management coordinator. 20 hours or half my time goes to emergency management to meet that compliance. We're also working to establish a CERT team, or Citizens Emergency Response Team, as we've talked about and you're aware of. In the past years, budgeting for the department's been fairly simple because not a lot of things have changed. COVID-19 has changed that to a degree, which we'll get into during the budget detail. I'm not going to go through what the 4 items are. We did that in fire. As far as the emergency management budget for 2021, personnel has a $100,201 request, which is $32,051 increase over last year. Staff has a $4,000 increase, and again, that's just to bring us up to what we're paying currently, plus anticipated step increases for next year. It includes no cost of living. The major increase, I typically budget about $3,000 a year for overtime. With COVID, it has a request for $28,000 to go towards overtime. I don't know exactly what we spent, but I speculate we spent about half that in the first 4 months of working on COVID. Commodities has a $3,000 increase. which includes a $5,000 request for COVID-19 supplies. So if it wasn't for the COVID-19 supplies, that actually would have gone down. Commodities, contractual is an increase of $4,550. $2,000 Eagle Imagery annual fee was a significant portion of that. Commodities has an increase of $3,000 with $5,000 going to COVID, so it actually would have been down. Capital outlay, there is no change. It budgets $7,500 for CERT, which has been in the budget for the last several years. We've not had to spend that yet, although we're working on actively setting up the program, so we anticipate spending it soon. It would be money that would transfer over from this year into next year if it's not spent this year. With COVID, I doubt we'll get to it this year, but hopefully next year we'll be able to work more on our CERT team. And then grant matching funds of $7,500. And again, that doesn't come out of our taxes that we pay or that goes into billing citizens. That is if we get grant funding in that amount, it's budgeted for us to spend. If we don't get the grant funding, we just don't have the cash to spend on that project.
So, I have one question.
Yes.
So the 29,000 in commodities that you got forecasted for next year, which is about, what, a $3,000 increase?
Yes.
What was that for?
There's a $5,000 request that was not here last year for COVID-19 supplies, which would be masks, face shields, gloves, gowns, cleaning supplies, anything that we're using on COVID-19. So if that $5,000 wasn't necessary to be in the budget, we would actually have a $2,000 decrease because that's something that was not in last year's request.
So do we have stockpiles right now that we're?
We have a limited amount of PPE, cleaning supplies. Some stuff we've not been able to get in since day one, even though we've had it ordered for 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
We will continue to try to get supplies, but again, we don't know if this is going to be over in 6 months or be here in 2.5 years. So we have to do something in regards to if we're dealing with this all of next year, where do we have funds? Right now, the government's got some funds available that may help us out, but I don't know if that will go into next year or not at this point. And that's something we need to talk about after the budgets are done.
David, was the overtime for this department for the current year paid out of the budget or paid otherwise? Where did that come
I have to look and make sure.
I understood it was coming out of the emergency management budget, but I don't know for a fact.
Like the 10% stuff we did for a while did not come out of the budget. That came out of contingency, but let me look.
Well, that's what I wasn't sure about. But you could do it. If you chose to, you could take your overtime out of something else if you wanted to.
My understanding was it did not come out of fire, it all came out of emergency management, so.
Yeah,
But,
we've got an increase on the emergency management pay line for about 5 or 6 payrolls in a row, so I think that's probably where that overtime was coming.
Total request is $178,001, $41,451 increase, or about 22% over 2020, and primarily it's a result of the budgeted funds for COVID-19.
Is that extra payday figured in here? Is that going to affect you much? No? The extra payout this year or next year? Is it next year?
27 pay period this year instead of 26.
David gave me the information on what the pay amounts would be, and yes, that would also cause an increase because you have one more payment.
But that is calculated in there.
It is.
To the best of my understanding, it is. The base number I got from David, and I believe he calculated that into it if I recall correctly.
Well, I think we tentatively go ahead and approve this and then work on whether we want to budget with this. Since it's part of the general fund, we could probably budget the overtime out of contingency or whatever, but we can work on that down the road.
I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the Emergency management.
So one other question. Hey, Doug,
Yes, I'm listening.
on this payroll for next year, I mean, that's quite an increase. Have you seen that?
Yes.
32,000, whatever. The reason for that is because this year we're gonna be on budget to spend 68. Is that right?
We're gonna go over that
Yeah.
because of the COVID-19 and the overtime that was not budgeted this year.
So, but how did you come to that number of 100,000?
We added the,
I added 28,000 for overtime, and then I adjusted our values for what we're currently spending, because the budget of 68 in last year's budget didn't include the step increases, it didn't include the cost of living. So the actual amount we're spending is more than the 68,000 that's in there. It's like 72. If you look at the number,
second page.
well, under the line items, 72,201 is what David estimated we're spending right now, and we only budgeted 68.
Right.
So I adjusted up to what we're spending currently on that Excel spreadsheet, because that's what we're spending right now today. I did add for a little bit of step increase so that it would be in there. We wouldn't be as far behind on next year. But the 28,000 is anticipated overtime. And if you read the document, it says in there, I have no way to know.
I know, I
That-
don't think I would have budgeted that way, but that's how you budgeted. But
The problem with it is, I don't know what's going to happen next year. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I've put a number in there, which is roughly, if you look at the 25,000 plus 5,000, I put $30,000 in the budget for COVID. That could be way high, it could be way low. I have no way to know. That's the number I assigned to it, trying to come up with a best guess. And it may not even come close to covering it, I don't know. It may be way too much, but until we get there and see what happens in 2021, I have no idea.
The 68 you're showing this year on payroll, we really should have had the 72 there.
72 should have been, okay,
Because I used that column in the budget column to figure this year's actual expenses, so I will probably adjust that and show what we really think is gonna happen.
okay. I just left the numbers you had in there from our previous budget, not what we were actually spending, so.
Okay, I think we'll talk about that later. We may tentatively approve it today, but it's a number, because you got a big budget, the sheriff's got a big budget, and we actually took an extra week to talk about the sheriff's stuff. So, anyway, when you got those big of numbers changes, I want to talk about it. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not
Yeah, no, I fully understand, and you may look at it and say, we don't think you budgeted enough. We think you budgeted way too much, and that's fine. I have no way to know what I need.
Yeah.
You know, normally emergency management's been easy because you know what you're gonna spend, but with COVID, I have no idea what I'm gonna spend or what I'm gonna need,
I know.
so.
All right. You had a motion, didn't you?
Yeah, I made a motion.
Yeah, we got a motion and a second on the floor.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Tish is still here, I'll ask her to help me a little bit with this, but the state has a committee called SPARK, S-P-A-R-K. Don't ask me to tell you what the acronym means, but there is some CARES Act funding coming to Linn County, and it's going to be around $1.9 million that we're going to receive. They are hopefully going to have some information out this week and or next week to help us understand exactly what those funds can be used for. Some, I believe, can be used for reimbursing us for expenses that we have incurred to this point to respond to COVID. And then there's some indication, based on the meeting Tish and I sat through Friday afternoon, that we can budget or look ahead and try to anticipate some things that we're going to have to spend money on between now and the 30th of December. It was suggested to us that the county select an individual who will be ultimately the contact person that deals with all the funds coming in. And I think probably David Lamb as our county clerk, our chief finance officer.
You're getting talked into this deal.
But I mean,
Pretty normal.
he's been getting the information the same as we are. He was not available for the conference call because he was in Topeka traveling. But they suggest that we pick somebody, designate somebody, and I would think David would probably be our person that we should designate. And then they're going to want an alternate. And as soon as we can come up with information on what we can and can't do, we've got to start building plans, because I think the first deadline is August the 15th, wasn't it? To have information back to them
Wait a minute.
by,
Actually, it's July. There's a July 13th.
yeah, July 13th. We have to have a resolution, which David has a copy because he sent it to me. I think I've sent it to Gary and asked Gary to kind of fill in some of the blanks as to what's supposed to go there. But to get the monies by no later than July 13th, that resolution has to be completed and sent in. And then by July 15th, there's a deadline for some information. And I think that may be part when we get some access to the funds as well. But we're just now learning about what it is, what it's going to be. But I think we probably should designate David as our key person for this, if you're willing to do that. And then I think probably next week we want to work on getting this resolution done, signed, and delivered to them so that we're not behind in that as well.
And I think that's what most counties are doing, is designating the county clerk as the contact.
I think it's a great
Do
idea.
you need a motion for that?
It probably wouldn't hurt to have it on record that you officially designated him as the fourth person.
So moved.
Second. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
And we do have the template on the resolution. We'll try to have that ready.
Just done.
At this point in time,
You guys,
I would like to ask Dr. Allen to step up here, and Gary has something that he would like to read.
All right, this is entitled Proclamation Honoring Dr. J. Allen. Whereas Dr. J. Allen has served the people of Linn County, Kansas for over 22 years as county health officer, and whereas throughout that time, Dr. Allen has also served the county providing a wide variety of types of assistance to the Linn County Rural Fire District Number 1, Linn County Office of Emergency Management, and the Linn County Health Department. And whereas Dr. Allen in particular has provided direction for Linn County's COVID-19 pandemic response, the county's response to the measles outbreak of 2017, and the county's response to the H1N1 pandemic of 2009. And whereas Dr. Allen unselfishly responded to the Joplin, Missouri tornado of 2011, and was responsible for assisting in the establishment of a functional field hospital after the destruction of St. John's Medical Center. And whereas all of Dr. Allen's service and assistance to the community during the past 22 years has been offered without compensation or recognition. Now therefore, the Linn County Board of Commissioners hereby honors and recognizes Dr. Allen for his dedicated and unselfish service to Linn County, and in behalf of the people of Linn County offers sincere thanks to him for his dedicated service to the county and its people, adopted this 29th day of June 2020 by the governing body of Linn County.
I'll make a motion, we adopt this
second.
proclamation.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Doug, you got,
Karen Tyson, our senator, would like to say a few words.
I just want to thank you, Dr. Allen, for your service, your volunteer, your dedication to Linn County and the community. We do have a Senate certificate coming for you also. I did request it for a month ago. I'm not sure why it's not here yet, but I will get that to you. And with our deepest gratitude, we thank you for everything you've done for the county and for our state. Thank you.
We're not done.
Yeah, we're not done. Congressman Steve Watkins worked with us to obtain a flag that has been flown over the Capitol in your honor. That flag was mailed last week. unfortunately has not arrived yet. So when it arrives, we will make sure and get it to you. So bear with us, it'll probably show up this morning or this afternoon, the way my luck goes, but,
It's like we're in a pandemic or something.
that has been done, and like I say, we will get it. He expresses his appreciation to you. And then lastly, we have a certificate that we would like to present to you from the Health Department, Fire Department, Office of Emergency Management in the county. And I will go ahead and read it. In recognition and appreciation of over 22 years of dedicated, unselfish, and faithful service to the Linn County Rural Fire District 1, the Linn County Office of Emergency Management, the Linn County Public Health Department, and the citizens of Linn County, Kansas. And we thank you so much for all your service. Thank you. And there are some cupcakes back here for you as well. Be sure and grab a few of those.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the kind words. Just a minute to appreciate Doug and Tisha. I get a lot of kind words said about me. I get a plaque for me. I was just part of a team that pulled together, and we had a really good team. We got a simple country doctor, a simple country nurse, a retired engineer, and we did a pretty good job for our county. And I think looking at when we got hit, we were either 6th or 7th counties to get hit. And the way we've been able to hold our caseload, I think we're the envy of any of the counties that were in front of us. And you can look at their raw numbers, and the facts will speak for themselves on that. I want to thank the county commissioners. All of these men have earned and deserved your respect. They stood tall during difficult times, both inflicted by the COVID-19 and some self-inflicted. And without them standing behind me, I couldn't have done my job. And so these men deserve your respect and deserve your honor. Lastly, it's time to heal. It's time to put our differences aside. With the things that have happened, the temptation is to lash out. The temptation is to, I've got a pretty good list of insults that I could fire away. And I kept them in my pocket. And it's hard. It's hard to keep things in our pockets. This is not over. Some difficult decisions remain yet to be made. Very good, thank you. And you know, I hope you guys can continue to stand tall, because we got some decisions ahead of us that are going to be difficult. So with that, thanks for the kind words, the kind recognition. Better days.
I'd like to make a motion, we take a 5-minute recess and have the opportunity to thank Dr. Allen.
Second, moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Don, you think I pick on you every year, don't you?
How much did the values go up? Do you know?
It's about 8 million, 8.5.
Percentage wise, probably 2 plus.
How you doing? Good. How you doing?
Real good.
Good.
If you want me to.
Sure.
What do you want me to?
David, question.
I'm not gonna-
So, whenever we grab my
This, but I grabbed the wrong damn sheet, I grabbed what you sent me, not what I had done to show the breakdown. So this really means nothing because it doesn't explain the breakdown. Can we do this next
Don
week?
called me and
We can, but can you leave me a copy?
I'll email you a spreadsheet, CC you on it, showing the breakdown.
Yeah, because I need to go ahead and get the numbers.
I was in a hurry this morning.
good day,
That'll give me some numbers to work with.
Then I can explain it on you that way. It's just a hurry. It's like,
He won't play 50, keep that up.
Dr. Allen, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
See you, Bob.
You said Karen, that's something.
Oh, yeah, that's, I appreciate that. Good, no, I think,
No, that's one thing I am accessible.
good, very good. Thanks so much.
Take care.
Karen, do you want to speak? Do you have something to say? Or
Please?
Well, thanks for,
come on, tell everybody your name. They're hearing you over the internet.
Thank you. Good morning, Karen Tyson. I represent the Senate 12th District. I'm glad to be here, happy to be here. I appreciate what you guys do. I know there's a lot going on with the state. I heard the SPARK program mentioned. I just would reiterate a little bit to that. The SPARK originates the plan, and then it goes through the LCC or the Finance Council. State legislators, leadership takes a look at it to see what will be available and how that will be executed. I don't know if you guys know that's federal money. It's not state money that they're talking about. I just want you to know that. It's anticipated that in 2021, the state will be $1.5 billion behind in a shortfall. And I ask that you guys consider that when you're looking at your budgets too. The taxpayers have been hit extremely hard during this virus, especially those that were shut down for their business or employees of a business. One of the biggest things, and that's part of the reason I was running a little late this morning, especially on Monday mornings, I get about 100 to 200 calls or emails a day on the Kansas State unemployment system. These are people that were expecting funds and have not been able to receive them because of the software glitch update that didn't go properly, and it's impacting all of us. So we need to be very diligent in our work, and you guys know this. I'm talking to my friends, my colleagues, that people have been impacted, their pocketbooks have been impacted, and the last thing they can afford right now is any type of tax increase, especially at the state level.
On the budget, Karen, how will you try to make up for that or overcome that? Is there going to be a loan taken out, or?
The state always does a loan every year. There's a transition period where they have the money and a portion of it they have to borrow. That happens frequently. This year, there was some reluctance. I don't know if you saw, the first time that the governor brought that out, leadership, House and Senate leadership voted against it. The next meeting, she put out a press release and said that teachers wouldn't be paid. She hits the emotional buttons. But the reality of it is she's not doing allotments in such a manner. She's leaving it. She borrowed the money to pay everything so that she leaves it for the legislature when we get back. So what that does is twofold. And I made a comment about this. If you look at past history when we've had hardships, and I tend to look at 2008 and 9, or 7, 8, and 9, that was a good example, when we were in a recession. The economy hit, the housing market, big downturn. Governor Sebelius, even at that time, took action to cut spending in the departments and agencies. She did things like address travel. I mean, things that are common sense that we could take a look at, and this governor has chose not to do it. She has kicked it down the road. And that's what's disappointing more than anything on this. I'll tell you, I requested a couple years ago, one of the things is I dig into the budget, I dig deep. And you find things that would just make you sick. In fact, a few years ago, I had a state employee that had a $16,000 cell phone bill for 1 week. Everybody's like, no way did that happen. I've got the paperwork, I've got the documentation. We paid the bill, we move on, nobody says anything. Those are the things that I stand up against. And those are places that we can look to cut the budget. We've increased these departments and agencies for years. And you guys know it, that spend it or lose it attitude has weakened us, and it has put such a burden on the taxpayers that it's not necessary, and we need to address it now. And we should take this as an opportunity, a time to address that. So I know there's a school district, I won't pick on them, in central Kansas, but that spend it or lose it attitude, every year they were ordering paper. They had
standard reams of paper. The new principal came in and went to the basement. There were stacks to the ceiling of paper that wasn't needed, wasn't necessary, but it was that spend it or lose it attitude. So we just need to start addressing that in a detail that we haven't done in the past. This is an opportunity. And if we take that opportunity, and I plan to do it at the state level, and I'm hoping you guys can do that at the county level also. I know your work's difficult. I worked on legislation this year on the transparency on the budget. I know some people didn't like the terminology, but I was listening to a county meeting and a statement was made that said, you know, they're not going to have to raise their mill levy. In fact, they can lower it because they're going to get more money for their valuations. And that's what that bill was trying to do. It wasn't trying to micromanage the locals. We don't want to do that. In fact, what it would do was remove the lid, which requires an election if you have a certain increase. But what it would do is say where the property tax increase is coming from, whether it's a valuation or whether the local budget went up. So it's just about transparency, and I think all taxpayers, that's what our government was founded on, truth in taxation and taxation with representation.
So that's Senate Bill 294 that you're talking about?
It is,
And
294 and 295, I'll mention it too. I had a city manager from Concordia, Kansas come up to me after we had the bill on the floor. What that bill would do is if it's normal maintenance on your home and property, it would not raise your valuation. And it was just normal maintenance. If you had to replace a roof because of a storm, then the valuation wouldn't increase. Now, if you went from asphalt tile to slate or something high dollar, obviously that's going to raise your valuation. But if it was just normal maintenance, painting the home, whatever it is, we've got people that are afraid to take care of their properties because they think their property taxes are going to increase as a result of that. And so we were trying to address that also. That was, the governor vetoed the legislation. The legislation passed by supermajority, meaning over 2/3 House and Senate. And because of the timeline and the way we were boxed in for the schedule, there was not an opportunity for a veto override. The veto override, I'm sure it would have happened because these bills, again, were about local control and managing the process. There's not a person that doesn't, usually, there's not a person that doesn't agree the property tax process is broken. If you ask somebody who raised their taxes, they'll get the runaround. They'll get, you know, Topeka did it. Well, what does that mean? Legislature, PVD. Well, then
Yeah.
they call us and we call them and say we didn't change anything. And so they'll call the county appraiser and the county appraiser gets blamed for something they may or may not have done. So we're just trying to open it up to be transparent as to where that process is. I think that legislation will come up again. I'm not necessarily by me. There's so many people excited about it now. Once you have a good idea, everybody likes to take it and own it. And so I'm sure you'll see
Will
that.
it have to start completely over?
It does. We're on a 2-year cycle for state legislature bills, and even number years is the last year.
And is there anything exciting or new bills coming up next year that you can care to talk about it at all? It may come up.
One, I was actually approached by our previous sheriff, and I'm hoping to pick up on this, is our dispatchers. They're not treated the same as all emergency people, and so we'd kind of like to get them in the same group. It's a small bill that doesn't impact a lot of people, but it is an impact, and we'd like to continue working on that. We've got mental health legislation. I've been asked to serve on, the governor has formed, or not the governor, but LCC formed 4 or 5 committees, special committees, to deal with COVID, and I'm on the Economic Development and Tax Committee. So I'm anxious to see what we can do with that committee and get some work done. Yes, you will see quite a bit of legislation next year that is different than before, especially dealing with emergency management. Like when I talked to Dr. Allen just now, I don't think individuals realized how much authority the community health people had and how much pressure is put on them in a situation like this. So we need to deal with that. We did, there was partial legislation that put it back for oversight for the commissioners, and we need to make sure that we do that properly and thoughtfully, and that's one of the committees that'll be looking at that. And I hope you guys will input. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me or anyone else to make sure that we get the legislation that we need.
Yeah, I always thought it seemed very unfair to put a medical professional in charge of the whole county all at once, and he didn't, even though he probably knew about it, probably never anticipated it ever happening, and I think that's why you have so many resigning now.
You know, one of the issues that we talked about, briefly discussed, was they have the health aspect in mind, but we also have to look at the financial impact.
Right.
And that may sound harsh, but all we have to do is to look to the situation that we're facing now with the increase in depression, the financial hardships, the fallout from the shutdown is, I think, much greater than the shutdown itself. We've had, if you saw some of the calls that I'm getting in from individuals, that it's just heart-wrenching. It breaks my heart. I mean, they're not able to pay their bills right now. Then there was another mistake in the software, and they clawed back money. They double paid some individuals, and then they clawed that money back, and they didn't even know it was going to be taken out of their account. So now they've got overdrafts, still not able to pay bills. It's a horrible situation.
I don't have anything.
Mike, you got anything?
No, I do not.
Well, thank you, guys. I appreciate you letting me speak and the invite, and
Thank you.
yeah, we'll talk to you later.
Thanks,
If
Heather.
anybody needs anything, holler.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are we at now? We got
Well, we got Chris's budget that was already scheduled earlier.
Chris, you want to come on up? I don't know if you need it or not. Morning.
Chris Martin, Linn County IT Director. The paperwork there is my proposed budget for 2021. We went up a little, mainly noticed that under contractual, there's countywide security training. That's what you guys approved earlier this year, and that we're going through with all the county employees and stuff. It's working out really well. But that would be to renew that next year, to continue that. So I added that cost in on my budget here. I increased the payroll for the extra pay period that David talked about in a step. And then again, under contractual, a couple of items went up $100 because that's a rate increase by that vendor for next year. But other than that, the rest of it under commodities and capital outlay remained the same.
So yours is about a $4,000 increase?
Correct.
And
I did on the second page, just to give you kind of a heads up on what we're looking at for expenditures coming up next couple of years. We were planning on replacing the courthouse and the sheriff's server this year. We've pushed that back to next year. So that'll help out with this year's budgets as well as helping us plan. And then we've got the tower move for the equipment up there next year. And then we're going to be looking at a couple phone servers. They're pretty inexpensive. That'll be in '22. And pretty much what we run on is about a 6 to 7 year cycle on servers. So we're really, really good on servers. The two oldest are the courthouse and the sheriff. And once they get swapped out next year, we're looking really, really good on that.
so, David, I got a question for you. And Doug put it in his as well, is the overtime. Are we telling them to put their overtime in from what they spent this year to add to the budget?
I didn't make any comments.
No, I'm just asking you, I just noticed that.
So-
So is that what you're doing, trying to make up?
Actually, the overtime, we haven't spent any overtime this year, very, very little, and that was what we had in last year. But, I mean, Jason's doing a great job in keeping it within the regular week, and me being salaried, I'm not even sure the overtime needs to be on our budget like that.
Okay, so that'd be all I would have
Absolutely.
to talk about later.
Yep.
Can you get me estimates on current year?
I can. That was my question earlier, so that's why I didn't write those on there, but I will do that for you. I also just wanted to mention real quick, just I know some people have updated on things they've done, and I was really happy. We got a project done over on the west side. a pretty good portion of it, but we're not going to save. We've saved a lot of money. You guys know how the phone system, I mean, it just
Crazy.
knocked it out of the park right off the beginning. And then we keep improving those savings and those savings. And just as an example, we put in new internet phones in Centerville's senior center. We now give them Wi-Fi, so the seniors and the public can use that for free during the day. The fire station over there, as well as their phone, and then over in Parker, same exact business. And that's going to save us roughly $4,000 a year right off the get-go.
Wow.
So, you know, and we have that year after year. So I'm really happy with a lot of that stuff going on.
Thanks, Chris, for
You bet.
everything. And our project at the park's still continuing?
It is
on?
still continuing, yeah. Right now, we've got to pull some fiber. We got about 500 feet of fiber to pull up to the buildings, and then we'll be deploying out those APs and getting all that online.
When do you think that'll all be done?
Great question. I think within probably a month is
Okay.
what I think is a reasonable number, because we're also working, Jackie's in here, a point of sale. So that's a new thing at the park. They're going to start doing that. That equipment has now arrived. So that's kind of a little bit on the front burner as well,
Okay.
to get them taken care of, because that'll be a really, really positive benefit for them.
And your employees working out really well?
Really well. I'm very happy, yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
You bet. Any questions? No?
The point of sale is if you're trying to track inventory, and, I mean, there's lateness, kind of like some of the other things, the time clock that we consider. The point of sale is there's some latent benefits to that. I mean, I don't know if you have any slippage in the inventory. I doubt it minimally, but you're gonna find out. You're gonna know, well, wait a minute, I only sold 3 of these, but I had to buy 20 of them last year. What happened to these, and where they're going, and, you know, or somebody picking them up and slipping them in their pocket, you know? Why somebody's at.
And it's good record keeping.
Oh, it's just accountability, really is what it is. And as you know, that I'm sure Chris has researched this and found the right non-proprietary type thing going on, where you're not gonna have to pay for updates, and, you know, because a lot of times they'll come back and say, well, this proprietary system, now I need to have $5,000 increase in my, you know, whatever, so.
Yeah.
I'm a proponent of that. Are you buying that fiber pre-terminated, or?
No.
You're
So
terminating?
this year, part of one of our expenditures is we bought a fuser. Yep. So, because with the new building project and those kinds of things, you know, pre-terminating cable is great, but it's harder to pull. And then, when you start burying it, of course, you got all the issues of dealing with that. It's so much simpler just to fuse it later. And so we now have a fuser, and this will be our first major go with that. But that's gonna be really, really good for us moving forward.
Interface with a lot of that over the years, that's became a lot more doable process
Yes.
than it was than it used
And
to
a
be.
lot less expensive.
Oh, yeah, that technology's got a lot, it's all about the splice and what the, in that connection and, you know, all that, but yeah, what I was gonna suggest, maybe we ought to look at maybe buying our own equipment. It sounds like you're all over that, so, because it's not that undoable anymore.
Yeah.
A few years ago, you'd have to, if you had a hybrid cable, I remember I spent $12,000 splicing a 48, it was a hybrid cable. Part of it was fast, and the other was different modes.
Multi-mode and single mode. Yeah.
Anyway, I had to bring in a splicer. It was expensive, and now I think you could probably, they sort of a little kit, you could probably do that for 10% of that cost.
Less. Yeah.
Are people still reaching out to you when they're wanting new computers?
They are.
They are?
Mhm.
Okay, so
Yep,
you
and we've been
more-
trying to, we're looking really good. A lot of the departments have absolutely upgraded their machines. And now we're keeping, with the inventory system, we keep an eye on that as we go year to year. I just talked to the sheriff about his server today. You know, we're gonna push that to next year, but, you know, we'll be looking at some dispatch machines. We'll be looking at some front office. And so we have a time frame that I look at a report, then I go to the department head and say, hey, you know, this machine's, you're getting 4 years, 5 years on this thing. Do you want to look? We get requests from them, mapping department. They have very high-end requirements for what they do. So Pam is a little more, she hangs on to them longer than most, but they're also very, very high-end machines in order to handle what they need to do. But yeah, I'm really pleased. District Court, all of them are working great with us.
Is our dispatching stuff up to par with?
Our back-end equipment is doing awesome. Like I said, we'll end up with a replacement of the actual dispatch machines in dispatch either later this year or early next year. They're still still good machines, still working with no real issue. But yeah. All right.
Glad to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Chris.
I don't think anybody made a motion on that one yet.
I'll make a motion with Timothy to approve that budget in the amount of $151,670.
I'll second that. Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hey, Chris, are you guys working on anything for like the cabin rentals up there, like a calendar type thing, or they just write it in a book?
Oh, great question. So yes, that's been brought up on that, and we wanted to integrate that with the point of sale, so we had to get the point of sale first. So within that system, we also are looking to help manage the park with the new mapping stuff, that server stuff that mapping bought there a couple years ago, so that they can, in real time on a phone, know whether a spot's rented, how long it's rented for, whether they've paid. And then somebody like Tate or one of his employees can actually go, not Tate, I'm sorry, Sean, and one of his employees can go around and with a cell phone. And with the new point of sale, they actually have the option of taking credit card with the phone. So they no longer have to be forced with cash, because we certainly would like to limit the amount of traveling of cash around the park. That was one of Jackie's goals. At
Can
least.
they rent, will they be able to rent online? Like lot 35, they want to rent, and can they rent and pay?
That is an ultimate goal.
Okay.
That's not in the current plan. They wanted to kind of baby step into that because they're using paper right now.
Oh, yeah.
So to jump into that, they were concerned that all of a sudden we have two people show up and, somehow it got screwed up.
Okay.
But yes, that's with the point of sale. It's really flexible. They give us what's called APIs, so we can interface with it. They also have other products that are already predefined to interface with it, which is for things like hotels, which don't directly correlate to cabin rentals, but we think we can either come up with our own or find one that will.
I know that whenever I owned the cabins there in Pleasanton, and we went from paper we went to Airbnb. They have a calendar that you can, they kind of cancel out whenever, all that, and it actually helped us out a lot, and it was amazing. So
Yeah, and that's
it
a
worked
great option.
great.
So we'll look at those services, because all that stuff would be, and that is Jackie and Sean, they want to be able to do that. And I know that some of our upgrades, such as the internet and the free Wi-Fi, that's been a real positive. We're hearing a lot of people asking for that, so we're hoping that'll bring them in as well.
I was staying up there a few years ago for a few days fishing, and I looked over and there was an old Ford tractor parked in front of a motorhome. And they'd disappear during the day, they'd be mowing, pretty soon be back in. I finally asked us, what's that about? I said, that'd be our collection system. Highly effective, but it seemed like a long way around. But anyway, they parked their tractor there until they got their money.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
See, I didn't have Tisha on the agenda for it, but she's got her budget, I think, too.
My budget has changed.
Calm down.
Oh, it went down?
And you got it, Dave?
No.
Yeah, there's lots of adjustments here, and that is due to COVID, and I will gladly explain that all to you. That's incomes. Okay. So you will notice that my budget has gone up 34%, 34.1%. That is due to COVID. I am looking to the future to the best that I can. Could be over, could be under. It's very difficult to decide or know what the future is going to hold. So I'm going to explain it, and then I'm going to talk to you about all of our grants and income, which I think, David, does that affect like the mill levy, how much we
Yes.
get because of all of our grant income?
Yeah, that has a big effect on it.
Okay. So on page 3, if you want to switch there. you will see that for personnel, it has gone up $109,000. And what I am requesting or have proposed is to add 1 full-time nurse and 1 part-time nurse for COVID specific. That will help with disease investigations, testing, and other COVID response. Then I'm requesting to add 12 hours for one of my part-time staff to put her to full-time to be a contact tracing / care resource coordinator, and I'll explain that in just a second. And then a part-time contact trace care resource coordinator, or even like PRN. Overtime is in there, and that is not the overtime from previous, but just overtime that I'm estimating that we may have if cases, I say, get out of control relatively with COVID. And then I have also another 5,000, or actually a little over, maybe 5,500 to 600 that I've estimated for the possible retirement of an employee. That includes vacation, sick, some type of a gift. And what was the other thing, David? There's 4 things, I believe. That the county does for, but I still have to budget for that. Huh?
Did you talk about the retirement?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm talking about. So that's where the salary comes in. That's the biggest portion you can see.
But that has nothing to do with the doctor either, does it?
It does not have anything to do with the health officer.
And how much would you suggest that we budget for a health officer now and slash a health director?
So for a health officer, we can consult with a medical director or an MD, which we have gotten. I'm having communications with CHC, and they are willing to do that for about $1,200 a year, $100 a month, which is what they've been doing for Cherokee. But that's not the health officer. Health officer could be a nurse, nurse practitioner. My thought would be maybe to contract with someone.
Is that what this one you want to hire would be?
We could do that, potentially. Yeah, possibly. But I didn't bring in the health officer position.
Would that be then, it wouldn't be out of that budget, would it?
Oh, what budget, Mike?
This budget?
Yeah, that would be
It
different.
wouldn't have to be. It would make some sense to be otherwise, I think. That's not really a health department function, per se. I don't know.
Just kidding.
So that is the biggest increase, and that is my reasoning why. And my reasoning why is also, the reason I would want to add those people is so that when we get back to a normalcy, we're still able to focus on our MCH, WIC, immunizations, and public health emergency preparedness. All the other stuff we already were doing beforehand, before this took up so much time. Okay.
Oh, boy, go ahead.
It's okay. Moving on. Contractual, which is utilities, advertising, postage, and dues, went up $21.47. And that's just that's based on my utility bills. I've increased some advertising. I've increased some postage because we're doing mailings for WIC now, which we were not doing previously. And then,
Is that something you're
association dues.
required to do?
We mail, as far as I mean, we get that money paid back to us from
Okay.
WIC. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And then commodities, the other huge thing and increase is COVID response, COVID supplies, and I threw in 30,000, and I don't know if that is enough or not enough. That's my guess. Looking back at my supplies that I have spent from February to now, I'm at $10,000. That's just from one supplier. Okay. Keep listening. The next page that is not stapled is all of our income funding from different funding sources from aid to local grants and WIC, which is grant money that we receive. So as far as like expenses out, some of that budget gets reimbursed through those aid to local grants, of which, if you'll look at 2020, going down to KDHE COVID, I have received and applied for and received so far this year, just COVID related, is the 13,776, the 1,500, and 5,000. There are funding opportunities coming from KDHE for a care resource coordinator and contact tracer. And so I plan to, if I can, apply for the grants for a care resource coordinator contact tracer, which would then lessen the amount that the county would actually have to pay. Like I could get that
But when will
reimbursed.
you know that?
So,
After our budget's done?
yeah, pretty much. The application process is due July 15th, and I don't know when we'll receive the answer. And then, go ahead.
If you were to get those funds, do you know how much you could get, or is that?
Well, my request is gonna be to cover all these added people.
Because that's something we can show that in the income side, like we think we're getting it, to offset these expenses, but.
But I mean, our budget will still be set, the mill levy and everything else will be
Well, but
done.
that'll help the mill levy because we'd have the income to offset those expenses.
But then if you don't,
No.
If we don't
but
get
they
it,
don't.
we're not gonna have it to spend though.
Just take it out of Tish's bag.
And then on the WIC and the BFPC that you don't have an amount shown there, would you expect to get similar amounts for next year?
Yes. And the reason that I don't have those amounts there is because that application process is actually due in July, and we will find out probably late August. Actually, it was probably after Labor Day, and that starts October 1 through September 30th. That's their fiscal year.
Can you explain the bottom, the grant / other income going from that
that's a
amount?
total of all.
That's the total of all those above. So of our budget, this much money comes back to us.
Right, but next year with what you've got right now, you've only got 56,000.
That's
versus-
because the amount for WIC
I know.
and breastfeeding peer counselor is not there, but I'm going to apply for approximately the same there.
And you would assume that you're gonna get that, regardless of what Karen just told us about state budgeting and such, you still
Yes.
assume
Yeah.
that's gonna be
Yeah.
there.
Which is 90.
Because
90
you can
grand,
see
right?
how it's gone up. I mean, I've requested, and then my amounts have gone up over the past years. And that's, I mean, they've been pretty,
Yeah,
I've gotten within a few $1,000s my request.
okay. So, understand that the budget is the accountability of the expenses. When these incomes come in, they go to
The county.
general fund.
No,
No,
these
no.
go to the health fund.
They go
because
to the
it's a
health
separate
fund. So, the actual levied amount is not incurring those expenses either.
Yeah, I won't know on levy until I get all that income and expense put in and see where we come out, but those income items will offset the expenses and will help keep the levy down.
So you anticipate your grant stuff being approximately what it was this past year, plus whatever you get for the contact tracing people?
Yes. Yes.
So your full-time nurse that you want to hire, I mean, you're not just hiring her part-time, full-time as for up to 6 months or whatever that time is. You want to hire them permanently on the county payroll with benefits and
Actual
everything.
expenses,
Yes.
less the income.
And that would be adding two
We'll levy
benefits.
for them, right?
And fringe benefits
Basically, there's some other
can be
factors that
recouped
go
in
into
those
it.
grant fundings as well.
And then go over the need for that, you think,
The
for,
co-
for the nerd, for the RN, another employee full-time.
for COVID response.
That's it. What happens when COVID's over?
So I don't anticipate COVID to be over for at least a year. And the reason I
Yeah.
say that is because KDHE, we have funding, they are giving us funding out till November of 2022.
But I agree.
And if we were to add someone and COVID goes away and all of this stuff, our plan until COVID was to and is to continue to expand our services to Linn County. That's not why I'm hiring this person, though.
No.
Not with that thought.
Okay. So, but you could hire them on a different basis if we wanted to try to bring our budget within reason. You could hire full-time, part-time, or whatever it's called, right?
Well, you could hire somebody temporary, but basically in Kansas, when you hire somebody, you hire them at will anyway, so you terminate anytime you want.
Yeah. That's easier said than done.
Just make.
Especially if they're really good, you know, oh, we don't need you to.
So the part-time, would that be a benefit situation? You're talking about a full-time position, a part-time position, increase the other one to 12, which is already receiving benefits, right?
Some, just not
benefits,
health
but
insurance.
The benefit cost would go way up.
That's what I was getting ready to ask, what this means to the benefit budget, which is a separate budget, line item budget than this.
But you say it can be reimbursed by this grant as well.
I would, yeah, fringe.
It's a lot. You're asking a lot.
Oh, I know. Believe me, I know.
So
I
that
know.
so that
But- and-
56?
And ultimately, I mean, we can edit and adjust and decrease and go back to relatively normal, but then what happens when,
You're gonna come back and hand it to us.
I'm gonna say, here you go.
Figure out how to pay this. And so you're
And I-
doing your job by saying, hey,
I'm
here's,
trying to foresee the future,
I
and that's very difficult.
and you may be right, and ultimately, if in that scenario, if we get conservative and say, wait a minute, we wanna, because we're gonna be dipping into, I'm sure, the contingency fund somewhat on the payroll that we had to compensate for virtually every department's been affected by. And if we either budget for the overtime next year with the understanding that this is not gonna go away in probably 6 months, or we rely on putting our contingency funds in place to compensate for that. And it's kind of like a COLA. Right now, we need to decide whether we're going to do a COLA, because, you know, there for a while, we had people coming in, part of them there would be a COLA increase, and part of them didn't. We just need to figure out how we're going to manage that, whether it's going to be in the contingency budget, or we're going to budget individually into the budget. Does that sound right?
And that does also include that extra 2-week pay period. Not that, which is minimal compared to my ask.
Well, sure, but I think you're doing right by saying, hey, here's an expense you need to consider because this is real, and it's, you know, we could say that it's a hoax or it's not, but it is a real expense to us. We need to determine whether we're going to do it individually in budgets, or we're going to do it out of a contingency fund in the event we need it. Now, it sounds like some of these costs are real, and I mean, we could say, oh, we're going to get a grant and just move forward, but you're doing what you need to do by saying, hey, fund it or not, here's a potential expense, and it's.
And that's why I'm trying to be as honest and open as possible. I mean, if you think that I wanted to come and say I need lots more money, I did not. Because I've not asked for lots more money, I don't think, you know,
And I think
previously.
you guys have done a
I think
great
we're
job.
all
We
gonna
just
have
need
to
to
look
figure
and
out
see.
how and if we're going to, how we're going to budget, and if we need to budget, but obviously there are some things that we're going to need that are directly related to it. So,
I got a question. On this grant, other income, I mean, so it's really, that 56 is really 145 or 150,000?
Well, it'll probably be
Is what we can anticipate?
yeah, so,
Another 90 on top of that.
yeah. Yeah, that's open, or just because I don't have the exact
But we
amount.
will get funds from WIC, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a huge portion of our income.
Well, at least this year, I mean, the budget for the state was $1.5 billion over budget, you know, in a year or two. It depends
The
on.
wind really is federal money.
It is federal money that's
funneled through the
through the state.
Well, I'm gonna guess that the state's $1.5 billion, and I've got no where the federal government's gonna be. But, the bottom line is it's gonna be a conservative market here for a while for funding money.
I know we're gonna tentatively approve it, I mean, but we're gonna have to all have a debate over all these budgets again.
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't say that by any means, and I don't hate you for what you did. I know it's a budget, Doug's got one, the sheriff's got one, and nobody's staying even, or very few are, and those are the real little small sections, but, I mean, we're talking quite a bit amount over when we start adding it up.
Sure.
So I have an issue with it. We just need to work around it and see what we can do to improve it and make it work. But
And again, I mean, and you know, we've discussed and you see that it's all COVID related, so.
I know. I got it.
Unfortunately.
I got you.
So,
Yeah,
okay.
in a little doubt, we're gonna need your input and help to figure out where we're gonna wanna land. But I can tell you, 13 years ago, when our contingency and our windfall budgets were minuscule. I mean, 100,000, 200,000, just a few.
Couple $100,000.
Yeah.
I know we're doing better.
Well, that's not my point. Obviously, taxation went up and, you know, yeah, we can, as Karen pointed out, we can say we dropped the mill levy 8 mil, but the values have gone up. We've also seen a period in that time where values went down, which is almost unprecedented, but they did. And anyway, and it made for a lot of scrambling at different levels, and I really feel like we've done a pretty good job. Obviously, we have a huge deal in our corner with this power plant and with our utility assessments. But anyway, that being said, we're gonna have to be diligent. We have a small increase in value, but that doesn't mean that that's going to fix, you know, these issues, because there are a lot of, what we're budgeting for is services. And whether it's road and bridge or sheriff or health or fire or whatever, they've been greatly affected by this. But the good news is we have some reserve accounts established, because I can remember trying to buy a fire truck 6-7 years ago for what was a big deal for us to try and figure out when you got diminishing values.
No, I understand.
And so,
I just know that, you know, I've looked at 2 or 3 people's properties I'm selling, and when you see their property values this year go up 28% on one of them, that's kind of hard to chew. You know, that's a lot.
well, and
$300,000 home, 28% over the, you know, it raised it a few $100s more.
I can imagine some places around some of these lakes that probably increased hundreds
I know.
of
Yeah.
percent.
Especially when
Hundreds.
those lots jumped to the price,
On the
on
second
the
tier,
water,
you can
yeah.
buy mobile double wides on that thing for $20,000 and $30,000. Now they're $120,000 and
I just
$30,000.
think we gotta work harder. Not taking anything from us up here.
But my point is our contingency and our windfall is not our safety net, but we are in a much better situation than what we would have been 7-8 years ago to deal with the pandemic. So, anyway,
I'm done with my tangent.
just sharpen your pencil. We're probably going to need your help.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm just trying to be, as I say, projected and as the best that I could, so.
Doug's like, oh, finally, somebody else.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's out of my control. COVID, I can't.
We
help
got
it.
you.
You
Okay,
guys are doing good.
okay,
You need to
thank
do
you.
something on it, though.
With that, I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the health department budget. What was it? For
414,667. $414,667.
Where are you?
Yeah, where you?
394?
On this one, it's the 390.
At 394, 667.
You're right. Hold on.
Did you get that, Jackie? That's my motion.
394, 667, sorry.
Well, and then the capital outlay is on top. There's a separate for capital outlay that I do every year.
Yeah,
So the total would be,
yeah, that's including the health department capital outlay fund, which is a separate fund, and I've got that in there anyway.
So is our number right, 394,667?
And then there's a separate page, should I not put that off? No, there's a separate page for 20,000.
Yeah, that 20,000 is a non-budgeted fund. That's money that was transferred there several years ago, just in case it's needed for capital outlay items. So there's really nothing that needs to be approved on it. That's just cash in that fund.
Do I got a second?
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Do we have?
Could I get you to approve this, to authorize Danny to sign this purchase contract also? Before I pass it out there. Pass it later.
I'm gonna make a motion on purchasing a,
Yeah, you've already approved to make the offer. Now you.
You just need to sign?
Except you just need to authorization to sign the contract.
you need a motion for that?
Yeah.
Really?
Since this comes as a separate action, if you did it at the same time,
I'll make a motion that we authorize ourselves to sign this purchase of the contract for the property in Mound City. The address on it. Property address. Lot 14 in the south half, section 2 of lot 15, and all of block 22, city of Mound City, Linn County, Kansas, according to the recorded plat thereof. That's my motion.
Second, moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
120 South 4th Street.
120 South 4th Street, Mountain City. We're getting, we have a lot going on today. We'll go ahead and open up for public comment. Does anybody have anything? No public comment? David, do you need to sign or a copy of that, or
Yes.
is it? All right, no public comment, so we're gonna move on to, who we got? We got Doug, Tisha. Do you just want to go ahead and knock, or get Kevin's budget out of the way before we deal with Jackie?
Yep.
You do?
Can I have just a couple minutes?
Yeah, step on up. What do you need?
Doug Bartlett, Fire and Emergency Management. One of the things I don't think I mentioned to you during the emergency management presentation, we bring in about $18,000 a year that goes in to help pay for our fringe benefits. Since I've been here, we brought in well over $200,000 into that program, in addition to the $1.6 million in the fire side on grants. One of the things I was going to ask you is whether or not you want to consider adding to the disaster fund that we started with $70,000 at the beginning of the year. Do we want to budget any to put into that so that we can keep it increased or keep it going? And one of the things that I think we can look at once we get the information on this Spark funding is we may be able to go in and reimburse that account up to the $70,000 that we had when we started the year because of the direct expenses from COVID. So we may be able to replenish that with some of this money that's coming in. And then I know part of the program talks about giving a plan to the state as to how we're going to continue our response to COVID. I don't know if we can, perhaps with some positions, some things that we're doing, work that into next year, or if it only is this year through December 30th. But that's something that we could look at least to maybe help this year, and potentially as we move forward, putting some type of plan together as to how we're going to respond to COVID and what funds that's going to take, which might take a little bit of heat off of some of the things we have going on. But until we get the guidance, we're not going to know for sure. I just wanted to make you aware of that.
I'll have the contingency budget for you today, and I'd already put that back at 70,000 in it. So I was planning on replenishing those funds. We hadn't talked about where the money was coming from yet.
It's possible that we could get the money from what's coming in from the state that we talked about earlier through the Spark Committee, but I just wanted to bring that up as to whether or not you wanted to try to put any money back into that to replace what we've used. But That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug, do you want these applications to have this info on it? Do you have yours? Kevin, I'm gonna run to my truck really quick and grab your budget. I got some notes on it.
Thank you.
This is the first time I've been out. I've been trying to hide out. At my age, a little bit of love problem, but I don't need that. That's neat to get that stuff. And it seems to get worse now. Yeah. You know, I believe in the freedom of people being able to do that. And I think they already promised that older people are, like, stay a little more active than people, but you gotta use common sense. You can't take away people's freedom, but I don't know how you get them to do this here. Yeah, but that's the people like and Linn is doing with her, and so we're just kind of getting out. But, this is just, I'm trying to get out. But I thought I'd come out today. You didn't know.
Yeah. In my fairly small sample, being probably about 10 or 12 average. Nice to see. Yeah.
It's supposed to rain today?
I don't know if this is what you're looking for. I have no idea.
Oh,
what you
okay.
want to accomplish.
Should we give them that many choices, you think?
Well, you have 4 choices for one question. Pick one. And then you have 4 choices for the other, so you get the whole range. I don't know. I've never gone from here with sensitive briar. You familiar with that? Because sensitive, you're trying to get opinions.
Yeah, I know.
There's not really a
I know.
yes or no kind of thing, so I figured you might as well get them both going. That's up to you guys. Like,
That was awesome. Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Doug.
you.
All right, where are we at? We're at Sheriff?
back in the turn of the last century,
Oh,
had a need for it to get into.
probably on my phone.
You know,
Can we do it back there? or-
yeah, it needs to be back there. What is it? I just want today, you want to do. No.
I do it today.
Our next, very well. It was used, I think, by Indians for some purpose.
If that's the case, you want to go ahead and get it done, so you can kind of,
Well, that's kind of what I was getting around to, yeah.
that's what I seen there, but I figured that, we put that out there. How long?
Would that be legal, or what would that be? All right, Kevin, you want to go ahead and come on and share with us what you got brewing? Oh, do you want to do that first?
He asked, he said,
Kevin's just as busy as I am.
No, sorry.
We're gonna stay to the end of the meeting anyway.
Yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and take that, I'm.
Let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna make a motion that we go into executive for 15 minutes legal. Moving second, all in favor?
did you bring any extra copies of yours, Kevin?
Sure, but I can make them.
Would you make me one?
Absolutely.
I think Danny got me one.
Blaze. I feel like Danny, I have mine kind of underlined, highlighted.
action there. Kevin?
It's always kind of scary when the commission goes into 30 minutes of executive session
Oh,
right
it's
before
a
you
lot of
get ready to throw your
good stuff going on. You didn't hear the yelling?
Gentlemen, Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. In my first couple of pages there, I just kind of described in my proposal where our department's currently at and the services that we offer. Currently, of course, we operate the Linn County Jail, and I described that, and what some general housing figures are in the jail, just as far as numbers and stuff, and we hear that weekly in here as well. Then I talk about our patrol duties and what our patrol division does as far as calls for service. Some of the other things like our civil service process and such. And then I talk about our communications division, how we are staffed there, and the number of calls that they receive per year. I talk about the detectives division and the cases that they currently are working on and where their numbers lie. Our bailiffs division, who's assigned to the district court, and their actions there. And I also talk about the administrative division, who processes all of the needed paperwork and such. In our, then I go to a summary of new budget items that I've proposed to the commission. And in my budget this year, I reach out to the commission for funding, of course, as do all departments, but there's a need at the Linn County Sheriff's Department to grow one of our divisions that, quite frankly, maybe for the last several years has kind of been overlooked, and that's the communications or dispatch portion of the sheriff's office. For about the last 45, 50 years, the Linn County Sheriff's Office has had one dispatcher or communications officer per shift. Now, there are times, it's non-frequent, but sometimes we will have 2 per shift on some of our busier moments. What I've asked for as a substantial increase when it comes to salary and benefits is to take that portion of the sheriff's department and staff it at 2 persons per shift. What that would look like essentially, right now we operate with 5.5 dispatchers or 5 full-time and 1 part-time. What I would ask to take that position to kind of modernize the position a little bit more is to come to 8 full-time and a half or 1 part-time. The reason I would ask that is because when we look at our national incident management system and we consider what their suggestions are, they're suggesting to us as within emergency service, not just law enforcement, but with fire and EMS as well, that 1 dispatcher or communications officer would be responsible for handling 7 units on their radio traffic. Right now at the Sheriff's Department, if we were to have just a normal day, that 1 dispatcher is around 9 units with no extra activities such as a fire or an EMS call of some sort. When we do get into those fire calls and EMS calls and the law enforcement, 1 communications officer a lot of times is handling up to 25 units. So that's well over 3 times what the National Incident Management System is suggesting that 1 communications officer would be handling. If we were to bring 2 in, it would allow us to do certain other things as well. Right now, with 1 communications officer per shift, it's problematic if that dispatcher wants to simply get up and use the restroom because the radio's not controlled at that point. And it's not to say that they're not doing their job, but it's just problematic. It's hard to give a dispatcher a break because their positions are rather specialized. To sit down at the helm and do their job, they have to be certified in multiple databases that are placed out there for use that just not anybody at the Sheriff's Department can step into and do their job, not even for a few minutes, due to the certifications and stuff that their position requires. So my ask is that we would go to 2 communications officers per shift, and they would be able to more easily take breaks, and not only just that, but offer a better service. Currently, we're unable to, I have a couple of certified emergency medical dispatchers, but because we only have 1 per shift, we can't even utilize those skills. What I would ask to do, if we were to take it to 2 per shift, is that we would assure that those other individuals were trained as emergency medical dispatchers, and they would be able to assist our public more when those calls come in. Currently, what we do with that situation is we accept the call for the ambulance or the emergency services that are going to be offered, and then we transfer that call to the AMR call center. What we're finding is that it's really hard to transfer those types of calls without offering aid to the folks who need it in the field. A lot of people simply don't want to be transferred because there's an expectation that our communications service would be able to help them in some way until other emergency responders were able to get on scene. Currently, our communications gets left in the dark a lot with that call transfer as well. So one problem that we see is a lot of times when we do transfer that call to AMR's dispatch center, what we know is there are times that that person gets put on hold because their call center is fielding calls from all over, quite frankly, the metro area. So I think it would be able to give our communications officers the ability to offer aid as an emergency medical dispatcher if we had 2 per shift. As well, there's a lot of times that things like air ambulances are requested. We are not receiving information for that to set up those landing zones and things like that. That's been a common complaint coming from communications, that they get left out of the loop on a lot of that stuff. And I described that in my new summary. So I just think that if we were to upgrade communications with staff, we could probably offer, absolutely offer our community better services when they call in through communications. As well, what we've seen over the years is every bit of emergency services has grown except that division. If we look at law enforcement in general, it's grown at the county level as well as at the municipality level. Because what we have to remember is every call coming in from every person on the street is coming into communications. And that's whether it's law enforcement or any of our citizens. So if we look at the municipalities, I think that we could pretty easily say that over the last 45 to 50 years that we've had 1 communications officer per shift, we have seen police departments grow substantially in the community to many times. I know in the early 90s, of course, departments such as Linn Valley didn't even exist. And now, sometimes they will have as many as 3 police officers working on weekend shifts.
Let me ask you this, educate me a second. So everything, all the little city departments go through your dispatch, correct? Besides Lacine, does Lacine go or no?
Yes.
It does. Do they throw in any funding for any of that?
No. No, the county has always funded our communication division. As far as I know, they've always funded it fully.
And we should. And they shouldn't have to. I mean, that's part of all the taxes that they pay, and I don't think they should be burdened with that. The only, and I cut in here because.
No, I just educate me on.
The only thing I have an issue with, but besides the amount that you're trying to get, is the SRO program. I knew it would haunt us, and it is haunting us now because the county should have never taken on that program. It's a great program, but those school districts had the opportunity to do that on their own, and they didn't. They chose other means of spending their money. And if anybody should be paying anything to this program, it should be the SRO program. It should be the school districts. Because they haven't paid a dime since their initial $50,000 or $25,000 or $15,000 entry fee is all we got out of them, and they're there every single day. And
So when that program came along, it was just they helped with startup costs. That's it.
it would even that really wasn't much of a
We had
startup
a
cost.
3-year grant that helped fund it for, what,
Yeah.
3 years?
It was a grant, but the school could have got the same
And then
grant.
the schools kicked some in a little bit to help pay it.
But there's nothing now. Is that correct? Am I off track? The SRO program, you don't get anything from the school districts at all?
Our budget fully funds it, 100%.
Right. So that was.
Bush had a grant there for just a little bit beyond that, I think, but it was just a small amount.
And the reason that was my beef is because we had elected officials that we vote on every 4 years to make those decisions for that school districts. And they chose not to. They chose to, the county chose to take that program on. And that's my issue with it. That's that program. Because right now you got to project at $259,000 for that.
Is there any grant money that you know is available for the SRO program?
I think the only grants that are currently available for those are startup grants, and they would be a matching grant for the community where, you know, it'd be a 75-25 and then a 50-50 and then a 25-75 split of some
Has that been
sort.
here 6 years? Or it wasn't there when I was in high school. That was 2008.
Just want to brag about your age.
So, probably
So
after that.
anyway, my sell to you on communications is I think we could make that a lot better program, offer better services, and bring it up to par, because we've seen numbers everywhere else increase except for there. So the next line item that I would kind of want to jump into you just on a new item, and of course I want to talk about communications because of the raise there, and I knew that would be of concerning level. But the next line item I want to talk to you about was our need for a training budget at the Linn County Sheriff's Department. There has never been a line item for a training budget at the Linn County Sheriff's Office. Those monies were always taken out of personnel. And they came out of personnel and capital outlay funds. The problem with that is in today's environment, what offices or departments need to be doing is proving to the public and the people who would choose to take action against departments that we actually do have a training budget. In this situation, it's really a hard sell to have the public believe that we would be offering any type of training because there is no budget for that. So when I go out and look at that, I've done a few things. I've extracted dollars from part-time services when it comes to personnel budget under sheriff payroll. I extracted 50% of the part-time budget, which is an equal to the amount of $30,750. So you would see an extraction there, as well as in a few other places when it comes to things like our dispatch part-time budget. Used to be 23, now my request is for 16 for a 30% reduction in that. So I've attempted to move some of the part-time money, which doesn't always get spent except for in those types of training issues. So in exchange for the reduction of that, I asked for a $40,000 line item be placed in my budget for training of our staff per year. So when you look at the totality of the budget, I offered, just for ease, I offered three different solutions for funding. And under Schedule A, and keep in mind that each of these schedules reflect 27 payroll periods this year. They reflect a step increase for employees. And those numbers, you know, sometimes you might have an employee with a 0-step increase, possibly a 1-step increase, or if there's been something outstanding, maybe a 2-step increase. So the numbers would reflect that type of increase. I did not include any cost of living increase in this situation, as the clerk would take care of that later on in the year when that's decided on as to what that would be. So with only the 27th pay period, there is a budget increase for my department of about between $55,000 and $60,000 in payroll. So that would come up to about 3.92% for most of my payroll budgets. So when you look at, I guess just to break it down and make it simple, when you look at the first line item of sheriff payroll, that would include administration and the deputies. It would not include bailiffs. It would not include school resource officers. It would not include corrections officers, nor would it include communications officers. So what you see is a 5.92% increase in that. So what I would ask you to keep in mind is that 27th payroll period caused 3.92% of that increase. So if we were to look at Schedule A and decide that the funding of communications would be a priority, we would see in the communications budget, it would go from $156,250 to $252,003 for a 61% increase. But with reduction of other spending, our total, we would be looking at a 10.81% increase in only payroll there. So when we go through the rest of the line items, as far as contractual goes, you would see a 4% increase in that budget, and that is primarily due to our nursing services that we have provided to our facility. If you remember, I believe it was back in January, I came to the commission and I asked to increase those nursing services from 6 hours to 12 hours. And Commissioner James asked me, is that money in the budget? It was not. But we were able to utilize some money out of capital outlay to make up for that. And we've been moving forward with that program, and it's doing very well. I think it's saving us quite a bit of money when we come to inmate medical and treatment expenses. But that would be the major increase under the contractual side of things. And even with that 4% increase, we're only looking at a 1.22% increase in that budget. And of course, what we all know, the items that are carried in that budget, one thing is our liability insurance. So this past year, we've seen a rather high increase in our liability and vehicle insurance. And a lot of that was due to the overall budget for Linn County. If we have more money, there's more risk. So we've seen an increase in that budget. Last year, it was budgeted at $41,000. Our true cost for that insurance, liability insurance and vehicle insurance was $45,389. So if we look at a similar increase in this 2021 budget, I think it would be totally reasonable to understand that we're going to see another increase due to money coming in support of things like bonds and such that the county currently has. So our insurance to catch up to itself in 2021 would be about a 20% increase, which sounds substantial, but we're looking at going to around $49,000 for that liability insurance and automobile insurance. Then at the top of the second page there in Schedule A, I do not know if that is where the county clerk would choose to put training, our personnel training budget. But quite frankly, in this format, it was a place where I could squeeze it in. So it would be up to him, if that were approved, to properly place that under a category that he might see. And then we move on to commodities, which are things like vehicle repairs, fuel, inmate meals and supplies. I think that if you guys look at that and have an understanding for the situation, a lot of those are 0% increases. There is a 5% increase in motor vehicle repairs. That would take that budget from currently $49,000 to around $51,000. And that's, I mean, nothing's really going down right now when it comes to the items that are held within commodities, whether it be food or service to our equipment. So then that takes us to capital outlay, and in our capital outlay, we show a grant in there that was received this year in the amount of $67,000. Those monies have pretty well been spent, and I think that in 2021 we will probably qualify for a grant that's in regard to body armor for our deputies that are working the road, and it would be protective vests and things like that. I do not know what's going to be available in that grant though at this time. With the whole COVID thing, everything when it comes to grants kind of they're askew, because sometimes people have or don't have money in which to grant. So we're looking at, I think we're probably pretty stable in that fund at $141,000, and that's going to be for equipment, and that's where our purchase for motor vehicles and things like that would lie, and I think that will probably be stable there based on current pricing of all those things involved. So anyway, in Schedule A, if we were to fund a personnel training budget and communications to double the staff in there essentially, or go to 2 per shift, really not doubling because we're at 5.5 and we go to 8.5, we would be looking at an increase of 8.65%, or a totality of $2,670,383.
David, that doesn't include the benefits.
It does not. It does not. Employee benefits are held through the employee benefit budget through the clerk's office.
On average, what is the amount that we budget for per person?
Yeah, it'd be in the 20 to 30,000 a year range, depending on what type of insurance they take.
So moving forward, if the commission made the decision to take communications to 2 per shift and not fund a training budget, we would see an increase of 7.02%, or a figure of $2,630,353. If the commission decided to go with Schedule C, it would not include the training budget, nor would it include the budget to take communications to 2 per shift, and we would see an increase of 3.18%, and this would keep us at status quo currently. And that amount would be $2,536,162, up from our current budget of $2,457,781.
Do you have any big purchases like cars, vehicles, anything like that that you picked for next year?
Yeah, Any of our larger ticket items, Commissioner, would be purchased through the capital outlay budget, and I described that actually in my summary, and I think I even put your name in it, that you had requested those. And the only thing that we foresee at this point in time coming out of capital outlay, as far as vehicles would go, we could probably see 1 or 2 vehicle purchases coming out of that budget based on our current expenditures with other items, just equipment, necessary equipment, whether it be, items used in patrol or the Detectives Bureau or in the Bailiff's Division. And quite honestly, based on the needs, what we're trying to do is better service our vehicles to get a little bit more life out of them. And, based on needs, we could do with 1 vehicle, but it would probably be more realistic to say that we'll have 2 come out of there. So really, you're going to be looking at, $65,000, $70,000 out of that budget just for those types of things. That's where that would come from, would be capital outlay. And then, of course, there's always Schedule D, and that would be what you decide I'm going to get to fund the department. So I didn't try to prepare 3 to only say there's 3 options. I understand the process and absolutely come to the commission with ideas for funding, but I know where the end of the day, where this lies. So I just wanted to give you guys some ideas where we could probably better serve our community through efforts in training, and where we could better serve our community through our efforts in the communications department, where realistically all of the calls are coming into, with exception of administrative calls and jail calls. So those are my ideas, and I would beg for questions, and I'll do my best.
On the training part that you've got 40,000 in there, is that mainly for paying personnel hours for attending training, or is it supplies for training, or? It would be
actually multifold. I mean, it would be for training classes themselves, which all have a price affixed to them. It would be for payment of personnel to go to training, and if they were away, it could involve travel or lodging.
But you just categorize that. I mean, they've always done some type of training, obviously.
Right.
But you're pulling it out and making it noted that this is what my training is going to be.
Absolutely.
So you've adjusted it from different parts of your budget.
I have.
It's kind of like the last 2 budgets and the last 3 budgets. But this one's probably the worst, not to be mean, but there's no way that I can see raising our, approving the 2.5 or however many people that you needed. I know it's on there.
3 positions, right?
By
Three
almost
positions.
$200,000, I don't see it that way for now. And
That's fine, Commissioner. It's your decision, not mine.
I know.
I only bring you ideas to the table.
I know. It's because overall, right now, just today alone, we're probably $500,000 more on those budgets than we were last year. And that's not even including the benefits of people once you hire someone, their benefit package.
I agree.
That's this devastating thing. And it all relates back to, we're building a justice center too. I know sooner or later you need trained people to operate that. And I don't doubt that. But it looks like perception is going to be that we're raising the budget to help pay for the jail, which we know we're not doing. But that's the perception you're going to lead to too. And just knowing that, I just can't see what you would like to have as my first option. Is that fair enough?
It's your decision, sir, it's not
I
mine.
know, it is. It's gonna be all three of us' decision, but I just can't see that. That's just where I'm letting you know where I'm at on it.
Well, I appreciate the effort you put in to kind of explain what you felt like you needed going forward and such, and there's gonna be an accounting, I'm sure, at the end of our budget cycle, we'll figure out where we're at. What do you want to do with this? You want to tentatively approve the amount, whether you understand it, we probably all will come together with maybe some uniquely different ideals, or maybe some expanded ideals on that.
It'll probably be a little different, Mike, than last few budgets. I mean, if we're gonna be far off on these, you probably should have some last say or input on it. So before we finalize everything, David, we can all maybe get back to the ones we need to.
I think we're gonna need to, and say, I've got some more that, well, I emailed them to you guys last week that I'm gonna present, and since I've emailed them, I've had more copies from other departments coming in, and I can see kind of where we are, and I'll talk about it when we get into ours, but I already know some of what I sent you is gonna be too much on some of those, they're gonna have to be cut. But I think we need to go through every budget and calculate all this and schedule a time with a meeting with department heads to go through them, because we've got some serious places we need to look at.
As is the normal process.
More so this year, though. It seems like.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I think it's gonna be a little tougher this year
Yeah.
than it has been the last couple of years.
Appreciate the details you put in. I've looked at it a lot and read over it, and we've talked a little bit about it, and it helps me out a lot. These guys are, I'm still way far behind them trying to learn everything and, put everything in my mind along with everything else we got going on. So, I appreciate all the effort and everything. I'm still, we have a lot of work to do this year.
Thank you, gentlemen.
With that, we need to make a motion to approve,
$2,670,383. Option A.
President.
All right, worst case scenario. We'll move forward.
That's my
Second.
moving second, all in favor? Aye.
I have one budget from another department here that was given to me, if you wanna take a look at it before you get into all of Jackie's. Economic development, Jessica wasn't gonna make it in today, but she sent me what she had, and she is just requesting the same amount again, which was 91,000. County attorney gave me copies of what he was gonna do on his, but he forgot to bring all the backup documentation this morning. He grabbed the wrong file and didn't have it, so he's planning on coming next week to talk about his, but I do have his amount, so.
So, Jessica's not here to represent it, but the payroll is consistent. The contract at 42,000, contractual is 38,000, consistent with last year's. Incentive is 5,000, commodities is 3,000, as well as the capital outlay, all consistent with last year's budget. Same mindset that we move forward with. I guess I would make a motion to approve it as stated. In the amount of $91,000.
Do you know if she has anything to, besides this, to kind of tell what the numbers are for, or what?
All I got from her so far, and I just got that like late last night, so haven't really had time to talk to her about anything else on there.
I'll second the motion.
Moving second, all in favor?
All right. Yeah, we do need some.
Robert text her, email, maybe want some more breakout.
No.
What's going on with the budget. And she will. A lot of these accounts, the contractual, having set that board for 20-some plus years, a lot of like the incentive may not use this, and will probably go into a capital fund at the end of the year, you may do a larger incentive for a larger business with more employees or something like that, but anyway, some of these funds will certainly, there's good potential for it to be used. We need to have the county for it, I agree with you.
Kevin, let me ask you a question really quick. I was trying to look for Paul Fila's paper from last year. Did he have, or you guys might know, I don't know if you'll know or not, didn't he have 6 positions for,
Ultimately, it's gonna have 6 positions for jail or jail staff, correctional officers, if you will.
did he have that figured into his budget?
I don't think we added it in. I think it was discussed, but we didn't go ahead and put it in there for this year's.
As you can see in that jail study, there those positions were taken accountable well as some expenses, but last year, I think Paul had asked for, to go ahead and bring in maybe a lead jail person, but I don't believe that happened, did it not?
I have an administrator now that I don't plan on replacing, so I don't know what was in that budget. I've never seen it, or that perspective, or, I don't know what was in any of that. I wasn't here, of course.
Was that created this year, that position?
The administrative, or the corrections, whatever Kim's title is, but.
Under payroll, it's classified as the head jailer,
Yeah.
but I call it a jail administrator. I mean, they do a lot more than.
That position was already there. As for how it's being compensated, I think we may still have some things to talk about on that, that maybe it's not being compensated very well for the job, but it's not a new position. There's always been someone in that position.
Am I wrong, did he not ask for another position?
He did, yeah, he did. But
I think he asked for one, but I don't think he filled it.
No.
That was what I was going to point. And his mind thought was, elected official has a lot of flexibility here, but his mind thought was to get somebody in, get them trained, and, before the last moment.
Which you kind of plan to do with Kimberly, right? I mean, everything's still going as we.
That's her position at this point, and, yeah, she fills the role, and does a good job at it. So I have no need for another position of that.
Okay, when I was reviewing this, I was thinking about that.
I would say that I don't believe there was ever any dollars added to the budget for that. Not to my knowledge. I mean, I can't account for that when I figure payroll.
So I know you've moved some people up to sergeants and stuff like that. Has that affected your budget? I mean, a lot, or no? Or is it just that as like a step increase, or?
Well, yes, it was, that actually was, they were moved up to a different pay grade in that position, but there wasn't that much difference in payroll in those positions.
Do you have any more big changes like that happening that you're trying to do?
I would say in the future that it would be fair to say that we would like to probably, step somebody up in the Detectives Bureau to serve in a position like that. But when it comes to, payroll dollars, there won't be a large increase in that. I mean, there is a little bit of a pay difference between a detective and a detective sergeant, or a deputy and a patrol sergeant. But, I mean, I've kind of got those items figured in through step increases.
When I was in school, we had the DARE program. Is that something that still goes up to the sheriff's department, or is that the SRO officers do stuff like that? Or?
Yeah, they have a program that's similar to DARE, and it's actually greatly assisted by the Children's Coalition, who they received, I think, a grant, and actually Jackie might be able to help me a little bit on that because Barb's in charge of it. But they received a chunk of money to help provide the content for that program to the schools. So that's kind of being taken care of through the Children's Coalition. And that's actually done, their dollars are derived through traffic citations. So like municipalities and the court would pay a certain piece of every traffic citation to assist in that program.
been something that is, the school resource officers teach it, but the funding for it comes through the Children's Coalition for the products for that program.
Well, while we're on the subject, I'm just going to keep asking questions. For the SRO, I've noticed that, say there's a little incident with like an e-cigarette in the school. How come the city department, we have an SRO officer in the school, how come we have the city department coming and dealing with that instead of our SRO officer?
I couldn't answer that. I mean, I know I've had reported to me at times, the school resource officer isn't even aware that the city police department came to take care of an issue. And that could be something that school administration's doing.
Well, that does occur, right? That's just not something, I mean, stuff like that does.
It has occurred in the past, yes.
You would think that the SRO, if he's there every day on a regular basis, that they would have that communication anyway, and we wouldn't be doing odd stuff like that, making phone calls to the city when we have an SRO, unless the SRO is not there.
Well, I guess that could be the case, or they want to run that situation through maybe municipal court rather than state court.
But you should have some dialogue maybe with the superintendents about how they want to handle that, correct?
We
In the
have.
future.
Yeah, we have, but I can't control how they want to handle their calls.
So they voiced their opinion on how they're going to handle it and not communicated with you as
They can handle however.
no,
they
I understand
see
that.
fit.
I understand that, but have you had a dialogue with them and they're doing something opposite, then they're not working with you? Is that what you're saying?
No, they have the ability to call their local police if they choose to.
Then why are we there? If they're gonna use somebody else and we're there, and that police officer's purpose of being there is to get to know the kids too, right?
True.
And work with them, and some of the parents as well. So if the communication is, either the SRO officer is not there when he's supposed to be, or there's some kind of communication breakdown amongst that SRO and that administration. Would you agree to that?
No.
There has to be.
They might just want to take it through municipal court, not state court.
But you would know that. You should know that SRO should know the cases. He should know that, hey, if it's this way, it's going to be handled this way. And that's fine, but you being the sheriff should know that, right?
Right.
You'd want to know that, but you're saying you don't know that because they're doing they're doing their own thing, which,
I just said I'm aware that occurs at times,
okay,
and I can't control that.
okay. Are the SROs there when they're supposed to be there? Because I'm hearing over time that the SROs are only there when, some of the time, I won't say, some are very good at being there and some are not very good at being there. I don't know that that's true or not, I'm just hearing complaints about it.
Okay.
So are they at the schools Monday through Friday, whatever times you designate, or are they, sometimes you have to pull them, or they're sick and there's nobody to replace them?
Well, that could absolutely occur.
Okay,
You know, if they have a vacation or a sick day or something like that, that could absolutely occur.
and you just can't replace them with somebody else? They have to be trained for SRO?
Well, we could we've many times sent a deputy in to walk through schools and stuff like
Right.
that. But, I mean, that is that officer's show-up location.
Yeah.
That's where that deputy goes to work at every day during the school year.
And that's where those kids should learn to look up to him and ask questions and point out things that maybe not. Right, we hope. That's what I was getting at. I wasn't getting on that tangent.
If you receive complaints from individuals that they're not there, I should be hearing about that.
Okay, you will. And that was in the past. So we'll see.
I'm just trying to learn how it operates, how everything goes, so it's all new to me. So that's why you have any questions you get from me, so.
It just seemed, the way this all just came out, it just seemed strange that they would, and it's probably not at all. It's probably perfectly logical, the way the school principals handle their cases. If you have a SRO and you have a problem in the school, you would think the SRO and that school administrator would handle that problem.
I would agree.
And even if it's shifted towards the local police, you're saying that the local police sometimes, or you said, one of the two said, you didn't even know that the local police was involved in some of it. We either mean that SRO wasn't there, or he's not talking to you.
I've had the SRO come and tell me that these things.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. That you should be informed of what's going on in case it becomes something different.
That happens, but I can't control what they do.
Okay. All right.
Not really budget related, but I had to ask that. I've had a few people ask me that, so, maybe the SR program is something we need to look into, just, how long have it been here, 6, 7 years?
6 or so years.
Have we ever kind of broke it down, see how everything's going, anything like that?
No, I think it's gone very well, but there's little things that we could always improve on everything, so that.
Maybe we can invite the superintendent in one day, we can all talk about it. All right, we'll go on. Thank you. All right. Jackie's probably gonna take a minute. You guys wanna
God, look at him, you've got like a folder.
discuss the wind farm?
Gary,
election?
yeah, Gary's given us some choices to consider if, when we come out with the ballot. There's 4 questions on each one. One's about solar, one's about wind, and I'll just read them off. This would be if we used all 4 of these, or a portion of them. I would prefer that the county prohibit commercial wind-powered electrical generation. Question 2 would be a choice. I prefer that the county allow some commercial wind-powered electrical generation with regulation aimed at protecting the public from any possible negative effects. 3, I prefer the county allow extensive commercial wind-powered electrical generation with minimal regulation. And then the 4th one, I prefer that the county not regulate commercial wind-powered electrical generation. For me, and that he just gave us to us a few minutes ago, the same choices are on solar. Instead of wind, it says solar. I would like to strike one of those out of there and just have an opportunity for 3. It's less conflicting. And 2 or 3, question number 2 or question number 3 would be the ones I would prefer to eliminate, one of those 2.
Can I make a copy of those? I did not.
Yeah, sure. You probably don't want mine wrote all over it, but this would be something that you could put in the November thing? You said when you mail it out?
If you're wanting it to go to property owners, we could do it with tax statements.
Okay.
Is that the way we're,
And what would you think? Yeah, I'm sorry.
is that the way we're kind of moving this to do it with property owners?
Or are we doing it with, what was the other choice?
We could do voters, and I can print labels for all voters in the county. And then it would just go to registered voters. If you do property owners, we could do it with tax statements. The other thing that was discussed, I think, was residents. And for that, it would be like every mailing address, and I think we'd have to go through the post office to organize that, because that's not a list we keep.
And Mike, you had brought up just putting it in the mail on November 1st, probably not a good idea, because it allows people that live in Johnson County or other Wyandotte or somebody else. Maybe voters would be better.
Do you just poll one group of people? Because let's reel back a little bit. The reason that we cannot have an elective during the general election is because of the restriction. Dave's the expert on that, and we assumed up until just a few months ago we'd be able to add this to a ballot during the general election, get a really good turnout, get people in, get a good sampling of the community. And as it turns out, I don't want to be quoted on that, but you got to be 200 yards away, and you have
Separate balloting, yeah.
yeah, completely different collection points and everything else, and so it looks like that's not feasible to do it that way. So, do we poll all of the taxpayers, which may not encompass all the, there are residents here that don't own property and aren't truly taxpayers, or at least not ad valorem taxpayers. Do you do that, which I don't know that's a bad idea, but you're going to be influenced a lot by your elected developments, because there's 20,000 parcels of property, and yeah, I may have my name associated to 10 of them, or somebody living here renting a home doesn't have their name associated to any of them, so you're not, but you're gonna have an influence from, or opportunity for other people to influence in the election that are non-residents. Is that good or bad? Has to be weighed. The second part of it is, yeah, you go out to all registered voters, which they, third of the county, half the county.
Registered voters is close to 7,000, it's about 2/3.
All right, and so we probably, how many people do you think is gonna take the time to fill out that survey and send it back? I expect 1,000 folks.
Yeah, very small
If you
percentage
get that.
probably would.
So is that a good sampling of the community? I don't know. I'm a little bit apprehensive on that just because of that reason. You're not gonna get that. The second, or the third one is, do you do bulk mailing? And even with that, how many people do we expect to get back? To me, the issue ties in with our planning and zoning for the entire county. I'm not saying that's all we need to do, but I think it needs to be addressed. And I'm not sure our timeline's right. Our moratorium ends up at the end of the year, but I don't know that you're gonna have this information together. But we're getting ready to redo our plan and revise and revisit all of our planning and zoning issues for the entire county. And to me, that's all ties in. And what I understood, the gentleman said that we had in our contract was he was going to do some bulk mailers and that type of sampling, other than just have community meetings, which that's probably changed since.
That may go into probably early next year. February, March,
That's my
April.
concern about that, is we're not gonna be able to get that in there. So I think you really must go out to all of the taxpayers in the county. Do you weigh everything by all the information you receive from them? I don't know. But I think it's not a bad deal. It's minimal expense as far as what we're looking at getting done. Then do we go out to the residents? Then do you go out to the taxpayers? I don't know. That's, to me, the conundrum of how we're going to get a good sampling of what the community wants. I took a seminar on solar power, and Evergy has committed to some money on a solar farm in this area. I won't say Linn County area, but in this corner of their district. And I took that in Ottawa, part of the RC&D board I sat on, but I think there's already been 2 or 3 sites that's been picked, and I don't believe Linn County was one of those sites. Is that less obtrusive? I don't know. I've said before that I intend to vote with my district.
Mr. Dean, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you including the solar, energy question in with?
No, separate question.
Separate
question.
Separate issue.
Vote separate ways on it. Instead of saying all powered in, non-powered, how would you say that? Instead of including all those together, we particularly divided those two up. I wanted that because I didn't want to say water, wind, and, sun. So we separated because we already know that the wind is a huge concern to the public. And solar farms in some places, commercial solar farms are issues in some places as well. Not so much as like wind.
Or not widespread?
Yeah. But if you got 40 or, I don't know how big commercial, are they like 20, 40 acres?
The ones that the expert had come in was, no, it was more like 15, 20 acres.
Okay.
The verdict, verdict is minimal.
Yeah, just an opportunity for people to have a say now and not have to come back and say, well, you put all that up. That was the issue on it.
Okay, my wife's got a doctorate appointment, so I'm gonna have to leave. But, right now, the United States is going through a whole culture change. You can see it on the news, it's really disturbing. Well, Linn County will go through a culture change with wind power because it'll change. I mean, what you're doing with the jail will just be now, and it'll be accepted, and it'll go on in the years ahead, nobody ever thought. The wind will create problems for generations because it'll people that live near the wind tower will have their property tax value go down tremendously, and then you'll have all kinds of problems with what happens with 600-foot towers lined up like that and all the like. So it's probably the most important thing that's ever going to happen to Linn County is this vote on the wind engine. Now, I'll accept the vote. I don't want the windmill because this is a special place. I've toured America, I've been all over the world. Linn County is a little bit of paradise in eastern Kansas. And to change that culture, to change that completely into an industrial type situation is going to be a tremendous change for Linn County. So, but if it's a good vote, if it's a vote of the people, even though I'm a strong windmill guy, I'll accept how that comes out because the people are going to speak about what they think. But I'm worried about how that's presented. We need to vote as many people in Linn County as we can. And the second thing is, you got 3 questions supporting the windmills and 1 question not on that 4-question thing. And that's not right. And it should be either up or down. You don't want the windmill or you want them with restrictions, that would do it. Why do you want to put all this other stuff in there to try to get the people to come off of the no windmills and accept one of the other options? I would like to see a yes or no vote. I'll accept it if it goes to all the people. But I don't like to see try to water down, go to the zoning people who want windmills anyway, let them decide, get everybody else involved. Just let the people vote up and down and it'll be accepted. And that's all I got to say. I appreciate the work you're doing and I appreciate your discussion you're having on it. And it's a very hard, it's something that is going to change Linn County forever. And it's something that we need to take a lot of serious concern and effort with. Because, you know, well, I'll leave it with that because you know where I stand on it. But that's what I'm thinking. Just try to get as many people to vote as possible and do it on an up and down vote. That would be my thinking. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Let me speak for a moment.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Do you have any weigh in on what you think would be a good representation of the community as far as all taxpayers or all registered voters or all residents of the county? I mean,
Well, you know, I've heard the people who would like to have all landowners, and I can see that with the landowners that have a place here and this somewhere else. But you're getting people out of the county making the decision for the county, and that bothers me a little bit. And the second one is, how do you get the most people involved in the vote? That's the question you have to make. How can I $4,000, $5,000, $10,000 for a vote? No big deal when you're talking about a multi-million-dollar problem in Linn County forever. So I wouldn't worry about the expense of having the vote. I would try to get as many people involved in the vote as possible.
yeah, that's not my primary concern, but I'm wondering, do we send that out to all the landowners and do we get 2 polling? Because now that's, well, we didn't like that answer, we get a different answer and go to another group, or I don't know what the best representation is from trying to poll the community. It is I agree with your comments, and I don't like watering down the issue by asking a lot of extra questions. And whether we're talking about renewable energy, whether it's hydronic or solar or wind or even gas, you know, I mean, Burke or Coffee County, just to our west of county of Anderson, has got gas and wind, and you know, there's probably a very good opportunity they're going to have solar energy there too. And I think that's probably the least intrusive, but nonetheless, how do we actually get a really good representation with a good turnout? So I think the realism, we poll the voters or the residents, I think we're going to see a 10% or 15% or 20% return. And is that going to be, you know, take somebody from the Lacine area that most likely will be unaffected but less affected? In fairness, they've been affected by a fire plant for years, would never fly through here again right now. But let's say that they would be less affected. Are they going to come out in numbers, or is it going to be the Blue Mountain area that's probably more greatly affected?
Well,
I don't know.
the see, you're gonna see the windmills all over the county. I mean, everybody, I'm gonna see the windmills if it's down in the corner of the county because the 600-foot lit windmill is down on the high ground. The power plant's on the low ground, but these things are gonna be on top on the high ground. You need to have the vote now. A president is elected out of Linn County on certain percent. We accept the election. Our Karen, our state senator is elected here on a percentage of the vote. It's not a big percentage, but we accept that as selecting her as your senator. You're going to have to take whatever vote you get back and accept it as the outcome, regardless if you didn't get over 20-30% of the people. You can't force people to vote on it, but you've got to accept the vote. And you're not going to get as many as you would like.
You can't make people care about it. I mean, you have to force people to poll to be their votes not that valuable to begin with.
And the solar power is not the issue. That doesn't shine all over the county, affect everybody and their property value. That's on somebody's property, and that you couldn't even see the thing. I mean, hardly. So it's no big deal. Getting the oil and the gas, that's no big deal. That's comes from underground. But you're talking about the solar, which it puts up a big flag all over the county that this is an industrial thing, and people aren't going to want to live here. This is a big thing here. People want to live in Linn County. Bourbon County population down, Anderson County population down, our population's up a little bit. So, hey, we're going against the trend, people coming down. We're getting influential people coming down, buying the property. This is a great county. I just don't want to see it.
Another very current factor, I'll be brief. Are you familiar with the Neosho Ridge Wind Farm? It's going in South Chattanooga. It's a 169 unit turbine. I mean, it's 3 times roughly what's over in Allen County right now. And it came in and kind of caught them off guard, and it caused a lot of turmoil in that area. It encompasses a 13-mile square piece of Neosho County, extends all the way from 59 to 169. If you look at the grid on that, on the map, and see where all the lights are going to be, it's going to be congested in that area. It's going to really alter the face of that area. So I think, and folks in Chattanooga, places like that, pretty nice area itself. Not in my mind, in Linn County, but I think there's going to be some interest in some of those people looking for a place to relocate.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah.
That's tremendous.
Anderson County voted them out, so they're going to be a competition for us on people coming
I
back.
appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you listening, and I appreciate the work you're doing. I accept it, whatever. Thank you.
Let me ask this, have we, beyond the voting thing, have we ever dropped off the contract of what one of the contracts?
Yeah,
was like?
it's, what was it, 52 pages or something?
And it's basically a contract between the landowner and the,
So it's not really with the county much. I mean, so say that like everything went through and they got voted in, we couldn't be like, well, if you want to bring windmills here, we want, per windmill, we want 25.
We haven't negotiated anything with them, because we need to first figure out. if
Right,
we
I'm
want
just
them.
asking, do they typically do that, do you know?
They do.
They do?
Yeah, we,
so you know that they're not obligated to pay the taxes because the federal government's, but they have a incentive program for the county to say, okay, well, we can pay you this much per unit, or maybe it's tied to energy production or something, but I think it sunsets, does it not, after a given amount of time, and then at the end of that time frame, they're not expecting to be.
They changed it to where they're exempt for 10 years, I believe it is. But what happens, of course, is over that 10-year period, they're able to depreciate out much of the cost to where the value in taxes is nearly what it would be if they started paying them from the very beginning.
The negotiation on the county side would be the amount we'd get in lieu of taxes.
Right.
That we would have.
that's what
to-
Cherokee, where's the Burlington?
Coffee.
I'm sorry, Coffee County does that.
But yeah, that's the part where if we did have them coming in, we would get involved with the company and negotiate the amount that we get.
Well, given the time line and everything else today, we got a little time to make up our mind whether we're gonna do this before the tax rolls go out. But I think our biggest push was to get language on the ballot, and we found out that it's not feasible to do it during the general election, or the primary election, I assume.
If we did a vote, David, which we probably would get less if we did it off, away from everything else.
Special vote.
Not on the same day, I'm not talking. But we probably get less because now you're asking people to go vote on something. The ones that's gonna go vote is the ones that's really affects and concerns most.
It's gonna be the extreme
Yeah.
positions.
One way or
for
the other.
against are
Yeah.
gonna be the ones that come out.
So mailing it out would make more sense, I would think. And then just a matter of which group
I
gets it.
don't disagree.
And then maybe work on these questions a little bit more, but I think we need to kind of kick it up a little bit in gear and try to get something solid and get it in there. And I'm just saying, because the moratorium's on, people's concerned, the ones that are concerned right now are against it, and that's, so be it. So let's just find out where everybody's at. Well, not everybody, but the ones that care enough to make a comment back, send it to us.
So what was your thinking, to send it out with taxes, tax roll, or landowner?
Is that what you're thinking?
Oh, no, right now, I'm sitting there, that's where I'm torn. And that's not the first time Robert and I have had that dialogue about which of those three people to use sample to do that. You may have 50 landowners who's gonna end up with this on their property, or maybe 50, or 40, 20, I don't know. Maybe several. I liken this back to the gentleman I went and remodeled his bathroom with cancer right on the edge of these in Coffee County. I said, what'd you think about it? He said, well, it depends. When they first come out and I signed a contract, and I thought I was gonna make $3,000 a month off these things, I was all about it. He said, when they got all done laying them out and got done, I didn't get anything, but I gotta live with them. I hate them.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, that's just point blank. I understand his position, it's human nature.
Right.
I mean,
I like the idea of probably voters, registered voters. I know that creates problems for you, because you got labels and cost.
I say, we can run labels out. Truthfully though, I mean, if we're depending on the timing, it's not a big deal for us to run the labels. There's gonna be some cost to buy the extra labels. But, I mean, I think it would be a great time for you guys to get involved and help stuff envelopes and get those things out, because, again, depending on the timing, there are times of the year where we don't have time to take on a project that size. But if you guys are willing to come in and help with that, that is probably the easiest way to get it done.
my question to that would be, would it be time to go ahead and start some initial surveying on our planning and zoning issues, and maybe, or do we keep it totally separate issues just because we don't want,
Like, such as what?
well, I know we're gonna do some surveys by the mail, but we're going to pay for it, part of the
Oh.
planning and zoning too. I don't know. We'll have to reach out and find out.
But I mean, if we could just get this first step going, we'd be all right. Would you both agree to mailing it out to registered voters only? I mean, we gotta go with something, so that, to me, keeps everything in the county. But people that don't register, or they really, I won't say they're not contributing, but they have the opportunity to register to make a decision, they haven't done it, so. I would say registered voters is what I would think about going with.
I think it's a reasonable thought. I mean, I think if you go to landowners, you're gonna see a lot of people with lake lots that's,
Yeah.
that's gonna get an opportunity to vote on something that really, they might have a lot of, or influence something they don't really have a lot of, skin in the game.
So Danny, what do you think?
Write it down.
So like registered voters or,
Residents,
I think I'm going,
or landowners.
I think I'm kind of geared toward the registered voters.
so if we did that, we got one decision solved, if that's the case. Now we just need to work on the questions. And maybe we can talk to Gary about that next week and try to get the questions. Unless you're all solid with these, the way they are.
Quite frankly, that makes it easy for me, but, and I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I just wanna make sure we get as good a sampling from the community as we can get.
Yeah. Yep. So if we're going with registered voters, which is good, and then we just work on the questions, and I don't think Robert was out of line by saying, 3 of them are in favor and one's against.
I like yes
So-
or no. Yes.
Maybe one of the questions could be combined. I prefer to, like question number 2, and we could just make it, we could combine one of those together and just have 2 questions, which is, you know, I prefer it with regulations, or I don't want it at all.
That would, I think it goes without being said, it's gonna be regulated. We're not gonna yank the fences down, the boat comes back out, we want them, yank down the fences, do whatever you want. That's not gonna happen. We're
Right.
still gonna go through this whole CUP process, and it's gonna be regulated in some level. It is, that's what the vote choose for. So to me, I think it's a 2 question, yes, no, I prefer it, I don't prefer it.
Okay.
And the language has gotta be right. We don't wanna prevent Danny being able to put up a little 75-foot tower, it's commercial wind generation or,
Sure.
or whatever, but we're not needing to write the regulations here, we just
No.
need to know the
Okay, so we can finish this up maybe next week. And
commercial wind energy. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not at all think that the voters are not a viable pool, that's not what I'm saying, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that they're most effective,
Okay.
or less least influenced
Actually made
by
some ground today,
vested
we
authority.
think.
Well, I think you're close, I really do. Robert and I have had discussions several times about the landowner situation, because we have different perspectives. I have so many friends that own land in Linn County, that live out of the county, but they bought property here for the same reasons I did, and my family did 60 years ago. They just love the place.
Right.
And we're down here about every weekend. They're not investors, you know, that might want to try to find any way they could get some additional income off a piece of property. They come down frequently, they enjoy their land, they would never dream of wanting a turbine on it. But, I don't know, those are the people I know, it's not the other folks that never come down here, that just have property, you know, I don't know those folks. I don't know, I personally feel like that the landowners would probably be, in general, opposed to them. I don't know enough of them, I probably know 20, 25 out-of-county landowners, but not everybody. Now, one of the ladies, though, that's right in the heart of that Blue Mound area, I mean, right in the heart of it, she owns a full square mile with no uninhabited, you know, just south of Mr. Sprague, near where Irma Heisen used to live, that area. She is probably more against these things than any person I've ever spoken to. Jeanette Kinsey, she lives up in Iowa, but she is actively opposed. And some of that stems from her experience with them up there. But anyhow, it's hard to gauge, you know, what the best tool is. One thing I would say about registered voters, you probably have more control over being fair.
Right.
You know, as far as any kind of, you know, fraud involved and that type of thing. You know, that you have some kind of control over who's making who's filling out the ballot and making the vote.
Gotcha.
When we talk about our comp plan, didn't you talk about sending out some surveys for that too?
Yeah, but, and the problem is for that is it doesn't happen until well after the, yeah.
I don't know that it won't happen, but I don't think it's gonna be finalized, but.
Yeah. So I'd say just get it done, we'll find out. Good or bad, right or wrong. What else?
There's supposed to be nothing, I think.
2 questions, okay, the accumulation of that, was we're gonna have a pro or a con question, and we're gonna survey the voters,
Yep,
okay, and,
I'm all for it.
I
Give
don't
it
think
done.
that's a wrong answer, I don't know if it's the most right answer, but I don't know if it's the wrong answer, so.
All right. Wrong another problem, man.
I don't think grammar is the most right.
I'm going to use the restroom. We take a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Make a 5-minute recess.
You know what time it is?
Hi.
I got concrete gonna be here in 20 minutes.
Dedicate my time
I
and.
hope they don't deliver it here. I'm usually one darting toward the bathroom.
Yeah, doctor's appointment in about an hour, I'm hoping to get out of here
How many budgets you got?
7 maybe, I sent you.
Deal, yeah.
Jackie's got a bunch of
I
stuff.
know. You're a non-elected personnel, we're taking it all from your budget like we did last year.
It's gonna present next week.
Apparently you had some indication about that before. I seen them on the printout.
Straight percentage, 1% of everything will be. That makes it quick.
Hey, brother, I'm still stuck in this meeting. Where you going?
What's the guy's name that had a lot
Maybe 4 or 5 minutes.
places up in the city?
Okay, anybody over there with you?
Down here, he's a builder, a great builder.
Expect to be another hour and a half.
Yeah, he's over.
Yeah, everything straps, now you got anybody coming?
I can't even, Rob,
All right.
I don't know why, they're all over. I sold one of his houses once, and brand new, and
Okay.
went in there at $330,000. And then by the time they got done upgrading, we had to go to 2 lenders.
Well,
About
Can Jim help
465.
before, or did I keep him there? Can Jim help before
I
that?
love this guy.
You sound apprehensive. I expect to be here another hour. Keep you on the phone.
And then, did I tell you this? I said at his table, Rod has a big thing every year.
How many bring
And everybody that sold a house gets to go in with Mr. Rod. He gets $250,000 away, all the way down to $50,000. I'm sitting at the table.
I believe the farm, for some reason I walked away and questioned it, maybe that's
Cheese
60 to 100, does that sound about right? Did they ever give us a size of that? Hey, Lonnie, you got, you still thinking you're gonna be free
How big a farm we gonna do want to put in this every different
in an hour or so? I'm still stuck in my meeting. So you got a lot going on this afternoon? or-
That's the whole area.
They would be in the 600 range. Yeah, probably, the permission, that sounds good.
Oh, yeah.
It could be hard.
About an hour.
An area, give another area.
How many just want to put it over there? Is that or something, or what, how would we do it?
Pretty good.
Why not put one over there?
All right, well, that's what I'll let them know.
Where I think there was interest shown, but I think.
The big time companies that want to bring them in, when you come to negotiate with them, like, hey, you know, you want to do this much taxes paid for, windmill, we get this much to pay the revenue county or
Range, too
tried it twice, 3 times, it didn't work. We got another guy who said, no problem. We'll see. I'll be back next day or two.
How come?
What's your name?
My name's Matt Carlisle. Matt.
Oh, Matt.
Oh, you got it.
That's why I got the headache, I think.
I drunk 9 of those today.
Yeah, I'm ready. I gotta get moving here just a little bit. I don't anticipate this be a 3 o'clock meeting.
Every moment, we're ready for you.
First?
You guys have decided what you want to do on the.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We won't change till you leave.
All right, I'll make a motion that we go into executive for 10 minutes legal.
Personnel.
Jackie, that's a motion.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
I will try to see how much I can put off till next week, but.
Say what?
Is that another one?
Oh, I see, you're saying, okay, all right. I should be up here by 2:30. Sure. All right.
Oh, I'm just jealous, that's all.
I'll give you some of the stress, it helps keep you well.
Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator. I wanted a resolution I was asked for, to dispose of 126 different tables by public sale or purple wave auction.
Have we offered them to the cities and stuff already?
Yes, all of them have been offered. Here's what I came up with to try to do this. There's different conditions on them. We've had a lot of interest. So what I was thinking about was, to either, 3 different conditions. Cash or check only, must be paid before pickup. First come, first served, starting June 29th. County employees, if they're interested, can be put on the list. We will help loading if requested. It's going to be by appointment only because we want somebody there when they're taken. Limit of 2 per private party. We do have a liability waiver that we'd like people to sign. Basically, Gary worked it up. It says these are in as-is condition. I think it's on the back of what you have, Danny. They're in as-is condition. And then August 1st, whatever's left, throw it on Purple Wave.
Did the mayor of Parker contact you anymore about Purple Park? He told me he did.
I thought he got them.
He might have, but I haven't seen him in the area.
Okay, well, we saved, they have an option of getting up to 6 immediately, or whatever they want, so, he can, I'll reach out to him again and see if he wants any, and we'll save 6 back. But if that's okay, that's what I'd like to go ahead and move forward on this.
So moved.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm gonna try.
So you got a resolution on that over there?
Yeah, you got a resolution,
All right.
surplus that. I'll make a motion that we approve, look at this, resolution 2020-12, declaration of surplus property. Under 2015 days.
We do have a workshop scheduled tomorrow for some of the county, whoops, I'm sorry.
Are we gonna do this second one as a resolution? So you need a second approval, right?
Yeah. What's that, so we're?
Now we're doing the resolution, sorry, Alan.
Oh, okay. You already motioned, you already got it. All right, I'll second. Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to do our KDOT safety workshop tomorrow and talk about the safety plan they're developing. I did have more information on those belly dumps, but since it's a short time, we want to just wait till next week on that one.
Yeah.
All right, let me move to the budgets. If that's what you want me to hit these or wait, whatever you want to do.
I need those numbers to work with the budget, so.
Do what now?
So bring them on.
Okay, it's up to you guys. I will do what you want. I gave you a little bit more than, this is for the buildings one. I attached a bunch of junk to it. So this was, I put in there last year, my last year's comments, this year's what I, some comments from this year on. It is an increase, but most of that increase is that 27th pay period.
$2,900 for the 27th pay period.
Yeah,
Looks like that's what it is all at. I'll make a motion that we approve the custodial budget in the amount of $102,400 tentatively.
Second, move second, all in favor?
Aye.
okay. The next one's the airport budget. No change whatsoever on it. I did put in there what projects that, I don't think I can make any changes.
You got any big things happening out there? It looks great, by the way.
Yeah, we need to, I think I put in there, that we want to, I left the money the same, but there's money sitting there to do the improvements we've been talking about, but that's coming out of the lot sales. So I put in on the back again, the 2021, what we had, planned to do this year. Maybe if we can get to those not taxiways, they're in front of the hangars, but we'll be using existing money for that, and it's not gonna be budgeted money. It'll be from the lot sales, so.
I like your payroll.
Do we advertise those, the selling of those, lots? Do we advertise that for trying to?
I don't know, that falls under,
Economic development.
economic development, and I don't think we have.
We had in the past.
We hadn't as of yet, so pretty much, so the budget pretty much is the same. I expect we're gonna sell about 3 tanks of fuel this year, so.
So right now, you're having to pump the 300-gallon tank, and it's actually, the lateral fill is more of a collector for the tank than it is. So you're gonna save this money almost immediately just by putting in I might say, you know, saturated area, you might wanna make sure you add ballast to that tank.
Yep, because that,
Add what?
Ballast.
yeah, because we pump that thing and it's so saturated, it takes less than a week and it's full again.
Yeah.
So it's just not working.
There's some inexpensive ways of doing that, in concrete honey blocks,
Yep.
things like that.
What are those 2 trenches that are dug out there?
Dealing with this issue.
Dealing with that issue. Trying to get the water, saturated water away from the drain field so the drain field will work.
A lot of people use the fuel tank, though. I mean, I said, look, I had a phone call, actually a family member, and then I gave your number. I'm like, I don't know if you would want to call them, I don't know.
A little bit of racing, huh?
We sold 2,000 to 3,000 gallons this year. COVID's slowed down our sales. We need to sell.
Like I said, I threw my notes in there. It's,
So say, you know, like the Paola airport, you know, they have like a little tiny restaurant out there. Is someone able to do that out there, Pat?
to put a restaurant there? Yes and no. There was interest at one point in time, and the previous economic development guy said absolutely no, not a chance. But Andy and I have looked at it, and there is a site that could happen. It's not amongst the lots, but there is a good spot that we could do that. The big holdup of that is it's in the city limits, and Pleasanton would have to get sewage over there for the restaurant. We have the water, we have the power, but what are you gonna do with the sewage from the restaurant?
Not across the highway.
Unless,
This isn't the dialogue or the time or the place to discuss it, but quite frankly, there are areas inside the Pleasant city limits that they usually defer to us on sanitation.
and they have the here.
Most communities have areas that are not serviced by the public sewer system or have maybe a lateral fill. And if somebody could come up with it, that it's very, very doable with a system that was acceptable. And usually these little communities, if they don't deal with it, defer to the county. And so if you put a drip irrigation or that grade or a Wisconsin Mound or something like that, and
Yeah.
you could prove that you're not gonna adversely affect the environment, why, I think it's probably a doable thing.
Yep.
But they're gonna have to work with the city and the county in this instance to make it work. Is it possible? I think so. But there's gonna be a little work.
Yep.
And up there, they have an airport authority, Alma, and they lease that from the authority, the buildings.
Oh, I didn't know if you did that one.
We didn't.
Oh, you want the next one?
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the airport budget in the amount of $55,200, with no increase from last year. Kenneth.
Second.
Move in favor?
Aye.
Next rule about.
Next one, I'm gonna defer to Rick, he can talk about that.
What's that? The elderly. The elderly people.
What I did was,
That'd be me.
I don't know the money on them as much as far as what the discussions have been, but I left everything identical.
Where's their annual?
221, oh, the transportation, I left the transportation, half of it the same.
Is that right?
Yeah. And then I left
Where's the meals at?
that would be the,
It's in the contractual non-grant.
do what now?
It'd be,
$100,300, it's non-grant portion.
yeah, it would be.
What's their portion of it though? What did Elizabeth ask for? 31,000?
Yeah, and then she came back for 13 more, didn't she?
Well, the 13's a separate part of it. That's dues to, that's separate than the meals.
Yeah. I didn't-
31.5 for the meals. The 13 is the dues to the area agency.
That's what we do. The 6 counties do that anyway. So that's what the breakdown I don't see though. I mean, I know what we just talked about. So she requested 31 this year.
She didn't go through me, so I don't know what she's asking for.
She probably just sent it to David. And before 2 years ago, we did 54, and then we dropped to 25, and then we gave it 25, and we did a vehicle last year, and this year she's asking for 31.
Okay. So I could probably work with David this week and get that dialed in once I get the figures.
She's asking for 31 this coming next year. Remember, we bought that Ford Transit for our county last year.
So no increase for her.
Now, it's actually kind of a decrease.
Should be a decrease in there,
Yeah.
yeah, when we get to dealing with it a little bit closer.
It's over the amount that she requested last year, but remember, we threw in a vehicle as well, because our van, the van that they have, kapooted and
So you
And-
want tentatively approve this amount and anticipate maybe reduction in that amount?
no, I think we approved this amount, because it's in there, it's solid. That 31,000 is including that 100,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came down from the,
And then
yeah.
the dues is what's paid by each county. There's 6 counties, I believe it is, that we participate with to keep that fund rolling. So originally, Mike, you remember we was paying 54,000. We found out, well, when they had their renegade, well, yeah, we were paying more than anybody, and we kind of figured out why over the period of time, because we had our own kitchen and stuff. So now that we're on even track, I can say that we're right in amongst everybody else in the other counties, pay-wise.
So I know that we were talking to Pleasant, getting them in the new community center, which I think Pleasant, they had time there this last weekend, so it was actually was really good. I went and looked at it. Is that still something, I know we talked about it right before COVID, is that still something you want to?
We can't pay for it.
Try-
Right, isn't that right? When we was trying to do that at the time anyway, we couldn't.
Well, it wouldn't be, I mean, it'd literally just be a few table spot, right? Is that what we talked about?
What we were looking to do at that time was to put our kitchen in that
Yeah.
area and pay for an amount for that to the city to utilize a portion of like a tenant finish. And we found out because of the grant monies, which was anyway, through that grant, they wouldn't allow them to develop this through the grant and turn around and sell it. But that, I think you're talking about a little different deal now, so. Anyway, that's, we're talking about facility need is gonna, I mean, it's gonna affect the budget and then more positively, right? So we can do some more research on it. I'll tentatively make a motion to approve this budget, $221,300 for the elderly fund.
Second.
Move to second, all in favor?
Aye.
The next one's planning and zoning, it's actually a reduction. I did retain 5,000. It went up last year to 121,000 because we have money for the comprehensive plan. I'm assuming that money, I don't have to request that again, right? It's sitting there to be paid for that. It's been obligated for it.
It's budgeted by year.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you don't spend it, it's not in another year's budget.
So I need to put that back in
You
here.
need to either have it in there or show that it's going into a improvement fund or something.
All right, I blew that one in. So I probably need to go take this one back up 20,000.
We'll
Make-
do a little looking into that, because I think probably at the end of the year, we can probably take those budgeted dollars and set aside or PO ahead, can we not?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know, he may have it done by December.
Is he a contract amount? We were kind of mentioned that he wouldn't, but I think COVID, is the contract amount for that?
25,500, and it's been,
But it was in this year's budget?
yes.
Well, if we show we're gonna spend it this year, then we could PO or do something.
Why don't-
Okay,
why don't
we're
we-
good.
Why don't we set that off and then you
Do,
guys.
but I think David needs it approved, right?
Well, I need
No, sir.
I need
You work
numbers
with
to
us.
work with anyway, but I
You guys-
can,
The 114 will work. Well, the 25 was just throwing the loop in it, but if it's already obligated, 114 will be right.
Okay.
And the reason it's less is because it jumped up to 25,500 for that contract. And so I don't need 25,500 in contractual this year. I only need 5,000, which would take care of any things that might happen. So we were able to drop it down to 114.
So David, what do you think? Is that budget right?
I think we can work with that.
I'll make a motion, we approve that budget for, planning and zoning for the amount of $114,375. Down from last year. Aye.
Yeah, save the best for last three.
He got he's pissed off.
All right, the noxious weeds also showing up.
Wow.
A reduction. The reduction comes from, I had that 35,000 in there for contract spraying. I'm not sure that that was I was less than happy with it, so I want to go back to our in-house spraying, so I took that 35 out of there. That's the reason it was reduced.
So your contractional was 44,000 this year, and now you're going back to 15,000.
Yep.
Did they actually spray? I can't remember what you told me.
They sprayed some, but I wasn't happy with the quality of it, and we mutually parted company on it.
So out of that 44,000 this year, did we save money there? Or did you
Yes.
pay them all that?
No, there's going to be some savings this year that David will swipe and take away, and when he does his swiping of money.
Wiper.
Yeah.
It says here you spent less than $5,000 on contract spraying. Jack's got some good notes here in the back to read through them.
They were less than stellar, let's put it that way.
I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve this budget amount of $115,100.
Second, move to second, all in favor?
Aye.
What is this?
Can't talk no more about it, is it true?
It wasn't, I didn't take exactly 35 out, though it's reason it's a little bit more on that contractual.
On like payroll, you figure in the
Pardon?
on the payroll?
Yeah, the payroll, I've been adding 3% on all of them for the extra pay period and still factoring it in.
David, how are you gonna figure that stuff out? Because they've all done it different ways, haven't they? They figured the extra pay, some figured the extra pay period plus steps, some have not.
It'll be a mess.
It'll be a mess.
I'm gonna have to take a list of all employees, split them up by department, and calculate individuals to get real amounts, which is what we have to do every year because
It just happens that way. We'll just say
some departments never calculate anywhere close to what they really need.
that.
All right, Jack, what else you got?
Solid waste. Again, I got the notes on the thing of what I'm trying to do.
Slowly feeding us down.
You got it all in your head, you just, that's how I figure out.
Oh, yeah, dude. Are they gonna get worse?
I did increase the payroll. Yeah, they're gonna get worse. I increased the payroll to account for the third pay period just by multiplying it by 3%. The overtime budget, I lowered it because we weren't using as much as we had. It is an increase of 651 over, it's about the reason it's increased is I put 50,000 in there in contractual if we contract out the new cell, or if we use contract, or we have to do a cell. So I added 50,000 in there to cover the cost of digging a new cell. Whether it's by contract or we lease equipment, I would like seriously to look at contracting it out and see if we can get it done. But that's the reason that one increased.
What about the commodities? It's increased from 75 to 120.
I think I put in building, 50,000 for building upgrade. God, I did so many of these, my brain's running together.
Are you talking about, go into a little bit more detail about
Commodities.
Commodities is where you've got the big increase in there.
yeah. You got like a lot.
We got an increase on.
I'm reading the wrong page. Oh, I put 40,000 for a cell, 4 new boxes, but that was, I don't know why I did that.
New cell, winter, spring project rental equipment on for contract.
Yeah, I don't know why it jumped that much. I was probably brain dead when I was doing it. I think what I intended to do was put some in there to contract out to start working on these buildings, but no, wait a minute. I didn't put it in contractual. I put the 40,000 there.
You raised your contractual only 5,000
Right.
from last year, and then you raised it 40-some thousand.
40,000 fuel and equipment total.
I put it under commodities because I figured we're the ones paying for the fuel and all that, but I don't know where that would really land, because if we contract it out, it would go to contractual. If we do it ourselves, it'd be in commodities. So that's the reason I went up the.
So what are you asking for next year? Are you asking to redo the building down there? Or
No, I'm sorry, the
build-
building's not part of it. I screwed that up.
Oh,
The 40 was for the cell building.
okay,
And I
the
put it
cell.
in commodities because I thought fuel and stuff that we have to use to do it. The 40,000,
When's the sale? When do we need a new sale? By?
as soon as we can get started on it.
When does it cost, or how much does it typically cost to do it in-house? Have we done it? I mean,
We've done it in-house, but we have to strip every crew. And I wasn't here except when we finished that last one.
Right.
we don't have good data on how many hours we spent. We will next time. But normally what they do is we go to dig a cell, we rent a couple of trucks. They use the track hoe, they use a dozer, and they put about 6 or 8, 10 road people down there digging it. That's the reason I'd like to look at a professional operation this year that already has the scrapers, already has the dozers, and give us a per yard bid. And that's the reason I threw 40 or 45, whatever it was, in there to look at contracting out. If we can't contract it out, we need the money for the rentals and the fuel, and I don't know what number to put on it because I wasn't here when it happened. I know it's a big hole. So, and we should start that before the end of the year. We need to start digging that cell.
I'm gonna guess here, this is just arbitrary, right? These are just crazy numbers. We got a 10,000 yard project here, right? That's what our calculation on our cut and fill is on these two projects, 10 to 12, right? And you're looking at $3 a cubic yard on this, you're just talking about a cut right now, right? And you're gonna have to place it somewhere else, and typically, I got involved to help. That's not our wheelhouse per se in the past. Then I got involved in helping with some of this before. One of the silliest things, and I think it happened again not too long ago, was we're not utilizing the space to its maximum capacity.
Yes.
You're allowed to put it in, you put a small layer in, but you need to build that trash to the maximum level, design it, build, compact it, and then put it in there. The original track loader we had actually landfill tracks on it, that when you drove over that, it broke up the material and helped compact it. They make big rollers that'll break that up and take a cubic yard of trash and maybe reduce it by 20%. Well, those are expensive yards, so think about it. But back to the original deal, we have to move 10,000 yards or 12,000 yards. That's 36,000 under contract to get somebody to move it at $3 a yard. And that's probably about what it's going to cost. 10,000 yards is a little dirt, but it's not a lot of dirt. And down there's a lot of dirt. But the thing about it is, when you make that cut, you want to place that fill someplace where you're going to be able to use it as close to where you can use it. Because then I no longer have to load that yard and put it in a truck and transport it and then dump it. And then if I can take it and put it close enough where I can just get behind it and push it onto the cell, which this is where this dirt ends up back on top of the cell, or at least a big percentage of it, it starts expeditionally taking your costs down. You want to, you can push it, don't load it, don't haul it, just push it as much as you can, then place whatever you got as close to where it's going to land when you're done. That's.
And I'm waiting for the report from Terracon. We contracted them to survey it, give us 2 answers. One, how many yards and what size and the dimensions, and lay out the cell. The second question was, on the cell that we just closed out before we dug this one, they had made a comment, we should have gone another 6-8 feet before we closed it out. So they're giving us an estimate on that, which might buy us 6-8 months while we open that one back up by going through the state, open it up and go our 8 or 10 feet while we're digging the other one out. So that's the reason I came up with the best guess on that. It is a guess until we get some factors. Pardon?
It seems like to me when you're opening up a cell, that's not going to buy a contractor very much. 10,000 yards is not a lot of dirt, so, I mean, not in that kind of application,
So.
So go back to this last one where there was a lot of difference. Is that number right or not right?
You think that's light? You say you think that's light?
I think it'd probably be like, I don't know what you're trying to do.
Or if we do it yeah, and I don't have the figures to give a good, but if we do it ourselves, that would probably fuel and everything else. I think we can work with that number.
If you did it yourself, it would be a lot closer, you'd probably hide it. This is the age-old discussion, because you got the people, because you got the employees hired, it's free, it's not budgeted.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's what we've done over the years, is pull people away to do other things. And
Well, I can try, if we want to tentatively agree, do this one, I will try to get a hold of Terracon and see if they got any numbers for us yet of how many yards we're talking. Another problem is, once we get down to the bottom of this one, lots of rock in there, or all of them. So you gotta, it's pretty hard to do. We do need to start thinking about getting started on it. And if we can probably put that 963 down there and start moving stuff. We can, but again, if I put a crew down there, it's gonna take off everything we do. So maybe I can push Terracon to get a better, give me an answer this week, but if we wanna, I can maybe find out, get a better idea if we're light or not. That's I haven't even seen the surveyed dimensions of what we're digging yet, so.
So you're saying get estimate numbers and then,
So you're thinking there may be even an increase? Mike?
If you're moving that kind of volume, if you're doing it internally, you might get closer to that. But yeah, I mean, I have no idea what's sold and what's opened up. And yeah, if you're gonna.
Is this our fourth sale or fifth sale, or what?
Probably the third one we developed, not counting tire monotone.
I think the number is 7, if that means anything. This will be cell 7, so.
The Power and Light, when they went through their thing, put a lot of fill in there.
And I do have capital outlay in there. It's about, I went with 90 again, because I'm thinking this piece of equipment that we're wanting is gonna be around 400,000. If we can get one that does the compaction, the vibrating compaction. I've been trying to find a used one, haven't been able to.
what did the equipment talk about?
Replacing the capital outlay down there, I have 90,000. We're good on trucks, we're good on, we do need new boxes at some point, which would probably come out of that capital outlay. But that we've been putting money aside for the last 2 years, trying to build up enough to replace that 953. That CAT 953 has not functioned as desired since it's been there. It's a little bit light, and it had high hours.
We have 2 of those in the county?
We have 2 of them. Harry has one. It's a 963 that we purchased last year, used again, but we have got a pretty good deal on it. He's been loaning it to them when that one's down, but they use it every day. And it has an overheating problem. It's not heavy enough. So we're trying to replace it with a piece of equipment that will save us 20% or 30% on the digging that we do. I mean, we just did this cell when I started, so it's only been, well, I'd say we got it finished summer of 17. So instead of getting 7 years, we're only getting about 3 years out of a cell. Part of that is improved reporting. So I don't know how you want it. I don't know if you want to try to increase that or just go with these numbers and see if we just find if it's more than that, we might have to pull it out of capital outlay or something else. Or I can try to see if I can get Terracon to finally get me some numbers this week of how much dirt we really have to move. Because they have surveyed it. I think they're waiting for their surveyor to give them, their subcontractor, the surveyor, give them back their numbers. It's a real odd-shaped cell. It's not easy to figure.
cell gotta be open? Because it has to be done before the end of next year.
We should start digging it by the end of this year, and it should be ready to go by next summer.
Expect to have any funding left this year to work on that?
No, because everything we have left, we've been pouring into the reserve to pay for the new piece of equipment to replace that 953.
Have they actually come down and did the Alta survey or the topo survey? Of what's-
Yes, but I haven't got the reports.
I'm gonna say they've got what they need to do the math.
Yep.
I'd ask them for budgetary numbers and QBCR.
Okay.
You wanna approve this, you wanna sit on it for a week?
We can still go up if we need to, as long as it's before we publish, so, I mean, I'm okay either way, but this will give me something to get started with on these numbers. I mean, if you want to tentatively approve now, that'd be fine, and then you can adjust later if you need to.
My motion to approve this.
Second.
Move to second, all in favor?
Aye.
$651,680.
That's your last one?
No. Two more. This one and one more. This is the park.
Really getting worse?
Yes. I say the worst. I did put some notes in there, some of the stuff we've had to do this year on the park. The income is going to be down, not even sure how far down it is, but we've had to do some projects up there that have kind of, we've tried to tone everything back. We haven't hired any new seasonal or summer help.
Why would we need overtime at the park?
It's because we don't have, or what we've been using it for is like last pay period, for example, the propane leak. We had to send people back in there to repair. We've had to send people into overtime to repair electrical issues. We hold everything we can as much as we can, but we have, the overtime here is kind of odd because actually Buildings has been paying for it because when Castle goes up there, but Sean has overtime now because he does law enforcement going back up there. So, did you do the park one?
No, these are all the ones I've got lined up right
Oh.
now.
So it is a slight increase. I did figure in for the 3% for payroll. Doesn't show it, but I did figure it in there. But because it is, well, it's not showing because we didn't have it. Because we did have a drop in pay from the previous director to this one, so it really didn't show up. I did add, capital outlay, I put 15 instead of 10, in part because we need to do some roofs up there next year. We need to do some improvements up there. The roof is completely shot on the house and that one shelter. I'd like to go in there and replace 15 is going to barely do it. I'm hoping to use some of the money we have put back as well. The big shutters in that shelter house need to go. We need to put windows or something instead because those are just too hazardous. They'd cut somebody in half if they broke loose. So, and plus the roof is leaking so horribly, and then that one roof on that house is totally shot.
Which house?
The manager's house.
Do we apply for any insurance on that one? That hailstorm went through there, any of those facilities?
They came and looked at all.
He was up on that one, and he was going to have that in the report. I never saw the report.
We got the report yet?
I haven't seen all the results of that yet.
They weren't seeing a lot of hail damage at the park, but they did on the other areas. The park, and then I took them over to the cabins, but he said they didn't make the dollar threshold. So pretty much, the only building he looked at was that one.
No, we half a mile away in the valley, and first every house in there got a sign in front of it, getting their roof.
Yeah, and the whole Lacine was, but he did walk that one, said it was in pretty rough shape, but looking at it, was toast before the hailstorm.
They're gonna say depreciation plus time, they want to replace that policy. Nonetheless, it's on your depreciation program replacement cost.
Right, so he did look at that, so we may get a break on that, I hope.
That they can't.
So it had a slight increase, what, 10,000?
I make a motion we tentatively approve the park budget amount $302,000.
Second. All right.
Last one's the big dog, road and bridge. You're asking for about a 1% increase on it. Doesn't seem like it, because the budgets have been pretty stagnant. Back in 2016, we had 360, or 3,000,006, and we're only, we had only gone up a small 200,000 since then. But this one, where the increases are, I can tell you what I did. I added 400,000 for gravel.
Rock?
I can't remember, I added 100,000 per district or 200. I think I wanted to increase them to, because the gravel's killing us. We are gonna be spending,
12% increase.
let me look at that real quick. Surface material, I was asking to go from 192 to 300. So I wanted to add a little bit more than 200,000 for gravel. We're right now on 700,000 for this year. We have, like you know, we still have 5 months to go, so it looks to me like we're going to be at 7 or 8. I did ask for an increase for, I did put 150,000 in there, 75,000 for north and south to upgrade the shops. They're such disrepair. I didn't put specific buildings because I like to do, like go in there and do all of the insulation in the buildings, maybe 1 year, maybe recoat all of them. Here's some examples of what I'm talking about. Can't get much worse than we are. So I'd like to start doing some upgrades, update the,
Within like, this is.
that's the Blue Mountain shop, is the best pictures I have of the Blue Mountain shop. But all of them are like that. The installations degraded over time. There has not been a, well, here's another one. Here, kill that computer, right? Here's the landfill, although it's not the road budget. Same thing, that installation just. So I'd like to, I put in 75 for each district to try to start contracting, by contract going in there and picking something to upgrade. I went in the Blue Mountain shop and Harry's shop, looks like it's raining in there when it rains. There's so many leaks in the ceiling. Probably either the first year, probably would go and put the Conklin system on all the roofs, patch all the holes. And I'd like to do it over 3 or 4 years to start. Blue Mountain's another good example, is they've got that huge door on the end. I'd like to pull that door off and put a regular garage door in there. So that was another increase I put in there. And then there was I think that's it.
Jack, that's like a 12.3% increase.
Did I do that wrong?
Yeah, you did.
I don't know where you got that number, but that's.
Well,
It's a $400,000 increase, yeah.
I think it was probably 12% and I did 1.2.
And we gotta talk about that, because that's painful.
well, we can take the gravel out, take the, but what's been happening is I've been using all the rest of the budget to cover the gravel without, so I didn't have to ask for increases.
But we have a plan on the gravel, right, for a long-term plan?
What's that? What is that?
There is no,
I said, do we have a plan on fixing the ditches?
we fix them as we get to them. We have not gotten saturation out on it yet, but it's finally dry enough. We have been doing a lot of ditch work now.
I just see,
We haven't been mowing, we've been doing ditch work.
my opinion is that it's our biggest problem, and that, you know, instead of having, we should have a ditch crew, that's kind of like the,
They want another 12% of the road budget.
Well, I mean, like I said, we just been eating away at it. If you take the 4 out for the 2 items, it'll be no increase at all. The buildings and the gravel, and just leave it the same.
Well, we knew when we went from where we were in the budget to the gravel, almost $1 million versus what, 400,000?
Was
I kn-
240.
We're at 7 right now, so
Yeah.
something's given somewhere in the budget. to
Somebody's
pay for
gotta do
that.
something, I understand that,
I mean, something's giving somewhere to cover that. Like
Sure.
last year, we had capital outlay. I don't think we did anything with it because
Did we receive
covered.
some money though? Remember we were,
in theory, we're gonna get about
supposed to get some,
600,000.
but it's not here.
we haven't gotten it yet.
So theory, there's gonna be about 600,000.
I need
This
to
year.
jump in for just a minute. I have got to go. I've got a doctor's appointment at 2. Cindy's walking across right now. I left you all the ones that I was gonna present today, and it's the same thing I emailed to you last week. The biggest difference on that courthouse budget would be buying the new payroll program, which I'd really like to do. There's some other small changes in there, but if you guys can take a look at those, and actually with the payroll program part of it, Cindy's probably gonna be better to answer any questions about that than I would be anyway. But if you can look at that stuff, but she's on her way in, and I've got to get out of
Gotcha.
here.
And there was a full presentation on that,
Yeah.
why it was beneficial. So,
And I guess the other comment was I left contingency and windfall at the same levels they've been, and I can see from everything else we're doing, those are probably gonna have to come down a little, because I don't think we can fund them back up to replace everything we've taken out at this point, but I'll let you guys do that. I'm going here.
I think it's basically on that one, if we wanna forego the building repairs and keep,
Sorry, guys.
or the gravel, we'd be back to where we were last year. Those were the ones that made the increase, but at some point in time, the shops are gonna have to have some attention.
I know the buildings can't leak, I mean, that's not good. Why have them?
They're leaking like sieves.
But something's gotta give, I mean, we gotta figure out what we're gonna do, but.
most of these buildings are either pre-80 or. I mean, somewhere they're pushing 50 years, and that's really kind of the life expectancy of an engineered building. And I know there's a lot of them, it's a lot longer, maybe well maintained, but
And the gravel was more realistic of what we're using. I mean, when will it stop? If we have a wet fall, we'll put another 300,000 down. But we'll hit $1 million 2 years in a row, which is probably more than they put it down in the last 10 years.
our budget 2 or 3 years ago was $240,000. It got increased to 400.
Yep.
And then, last year we pushed $1 million, and we're 700 halfway through the year this year.
Yep. So I don't know. That's where we're at. I did have one off-the-wall question before we finish that. On the solid waste, do we want to open, is it supposed to be open the 4th? Because I know if I forget this, they're going to call me. Saturday the 4th, are we going to close it or is it going to be open?
I don't see any reason to make an exception to, it's a holiday, let's,
Okay.
so many folks can live around that for a half a day on Saturday. might not hurt to reach out to some people that are.
Commercial haulers, make
Yeah,
sure.
let them know what's going on.
Okay. I didn't mean to change the subject, but I know if I didn't ask, they would, I'd be getting hammered. So like I said, I can go either way you want to on this. I just was trying to reach out and do some of this.
You're the messenger, Will.
So the gravel budget, you hope to bring back down to where? What
Wanted to
amount?
bring it up to 600,000
From 200,
from 400.
from 400 to 600.
Yeah.
Spending $1 million.
But we're spending close to $1 million. Because of the wet years. Now, if it's not a wet year next year, we won't be doing that much. We'll be doing the
Well, you
600.
looked at the gravel too. You changed that.
Yep. We did use some bigger rock, which I know we got beat up repeatedly for, but it helped put the base in. It helped build the base back up because the gravel was just going away. We're gonna look at a little higher quality gravel, we hope, this year.
I got a question for you. What was the, and we talked about this a few years ago, and of course it went away because we didn't have the money. We didn't have we didn't want to spend the money on asphalt roads, chip and seal or whatever. What is the actual amount to chip and seal a road or?
That we're gonna try to do this year?
No, gravel. Convert from gravel to asphalt.
The surface material? It's in there.
No, not anything in your budget, this is new. Like if somebody wanted asphalt, and I know years and years ago, people chipped in on the deal. Mike, tell us about it.
This was really before me, but $80,000 to $120,000 a mile.
But that's totally opposite of what, Miami County claims they can do theirs for. So I would ask that we look at, because look, my road, and it's already it's a frontage highway road, so it was already there. I didn't do it as a commissioner. But if my road hadn't had any maintenance done until 2014, and it had already been there for years and years and years, I mean, wouldn't we save money by actually doing?
That information is available, and the two places that really, I know where you're going with this, and this is something we looked at and studied. If we converted them to solid surface road, solid surface roads, and then what would the maintenance versus what we're spending on keeping them going with gravel? Now, Miami County started that a few years ago, and with the same intention, and there was actually a push on to do that. Well, anyway, go back and talk to the people that are trying to maintain the road. You'll see that road going straight west out of Eagle. I'd much rather be gravel. It's just a landmine.
See, I had that conversation with JR, and he just driving him crazy. He said that it's too expensive to keep them up. Now, a gravel, a paved surface, if we do it right.
I know, it's a good question.
Yeah, if we do it right, a paved surface, it's on a 3 or a 4 year rotation to be recoated, chip seal. All the roads are on a 3 or 4 year rotation.
And
So,
barring the two highest years we've had, you could probably go back and look at how many miles of gravel we maintain and what we spend on doing that versus how many miles of asphalt we spend on doing that. We kind of give you an idea, but yeah, the ideal of it's always been every 3 years is on rotation. And there's some years we went in and did some spot repairs on an overlay and then come in and did a chip and seal over the top of it. There's certain areas that failed during given times, the Hillary Road down here, or Upper Road down here. But anyway, long story short, there are areas. I would ask J.R. McMahon or Jeff McGuire, who is really the field guy up in Miami County, and he just goes on and on about that with the state. And was they not prepared? I mean, you can't generically say, was the subgrade put in right? Is it failing and now it's causing much expense above it? The road you're on, for instance, is a good example of that. They had some issues with that. The state turned that over, and on some of those tubes, the approaches failed on both sides. There were some failures that were due to structural problems that weren't really anything to do with the surface. The cracking you're seeing, where you go down here, go up on Ewry, or go down here on Open Arrow, and you see the old state highway where it was narrow, and now you got a 2 foot on each side of that thing that's cracked and it's pulled away. It's because there's a concrete sub base there, and now we went on to the shoulder, which is now what we're using for a roadway, and it didn't get put in like that. You see that going west out of Lake Cena on that state highway too. That's a complicated question, but
yeah,
I don't know if it's, you're gonna spend more capital out of the hole. I don't think that's gonna fix our immediate problem.
I just see our county as it builds to keep it in the same condition road-wise, as, you know, never improving, making any road improvements other than gravel is the answer for the.
And I think the way to do that, when we pave them roads, will just increase everybody's ad valorem taxes along those roads and help everybody else.
Well, just
Yeah, you write that down now.
just a crack seal to get ready for the chip seal, $6,000 a mile is what we had to pay. So,
It's been a long day, brother. I
Yeah.
have a little humor, that's all.
Oh, that's great.
so,
We're gonna tentatively approve this budget. and
Yeah,
work on it.
I'm
I
sorry.
assume what our agenda,
I already got you.
obviously, we gotta work on it.
yep.
Anything you come with, it would be greatly appreciated.
Well, the budget since, like I said, since 2016, have only gone up 100,000 in the last 5 years, 5 budgets, 100,000. So maybe I should have been doing my 3% like everybody else
Well,
every year,
let's
and
be
it
fair.
wouldn't have jumped.
Last year, when we needed $600,000 pulled out of our budget, right? What we do, we look at a non-official budget, one we have better control of, and said, okay, we're gonna, you need to figure out how to. we're
I think
gonna
I
get
lost-
600,000, where you wanna take it out at.
I think I lost 200,000 2 years in a row now.
But it's an
They
easy
pulled
budget
it
to
out.
pick on, But we also know that that's.
Yeah, it is.
And another dynamic on this gravel is we've got one of our largest competitor, or one of our suppliers, has changed hands. Wade's been here since the 1960s.
And they're jumping.
And then that is, we took a 20-some percent, 28%, 30% increase in gravel, which means for the same 100,000, we took 30% less rock.
And they're jumping it pretty good.
So we're looking at dollar values, but if you take a $1 million worth of rock, 5 years ago, it bought us $600,000 worth of rock.
Now, how that 600,000, if we ever get it, 600,000 to 700,000, I don't know how that'll roll in. I just don't know.
And the other part of it is, the other large suppliers in the county have raised their neck to that. You know, you're paying this over at Lacey, let's pay this now to the Centerville. So,
Of course.
whatever took an increase too, I don't think it was quite that drastic. And there's been another raise again this spring, was there not? And I would
$1.
anticipate some more. We're paying the same more, the same, we pay for it in Johnson County.
And we're trying to play games with the gravel as far as the quality. If we're hauling some of it a little bit farther because some of the quarries don't have the same quality. But that's killing us in transport costs.
Historically, the Greeley quarry, which is right on the edge of the county, right in the very corner of the county, we really had a quarry that was full. It was more broken limestone and boring rock, and it dissipated a lot worse, so a lot of people got staying away from it, I think. And they've since opened one over closer to Garnett.
Well, the Cadmus one right now is pretty poor.
Is it?
In fact, when we went to do our chip seal, the Coastal checked the gravel quality for the surface material, and they said they're gonna have to come test those locations. They're fine with Mid-States and Lacine, and they're fine with the one in Centerville, but the other ones they're gonna test because they said there's so much dust in it. They don't know if we can do chip seal with it.
We got a deal several years ago, this stripping in this new quarry that opened up out here. They got into some material that was not impervious to moisture, and therefore, when we went through a freeze-thaw cycle on moisture, it started pocking. These little chips of rock, and it started delaminating and pocking off and creating, and John.
That happened at the airfield, yeah.
And there was issues that
Tax
happened in Pleasanton, and
Yeah.
I believe Snow Hill, but it pocked and created a poor quality road. And anyway, Mr. Whitaker jumped in and helped us with that problem. So.
Well, I didn't want to prolong it because we did talk about the belly dumps, and we're still trying them out. And part of that is if we do have a problem with one of the quarries and we need better quality, we're going to save a lot of transport time. I don't have all the figures worked up today on that, but we tried it out last week and we were very pleased with the way it turned out. As long as you match the speed and the bin opening, it lays pretty good, and we can carry almost the same amount, but I'd like a little bit of time to compare the numbers and give you a better report on it. But I think that's all the fun I had for you.
You got anything to share with us? Mowing, grading, anything going on in the county besides budget?
That's all I've been working on. We're still working on, we're finishing up Centerville. We did a overlay on a lot of the roads there because I think they missed the rotation and they'd gotten cracked, and we also did, and so next Monday, we're starting chip seal. We got a real aggressive plan for it. We're gonna pick up the roads that got dropped out of rotation, so we're trying to get 63 miles done this year, which normal is about 45 to 50, but we're gonna shoot for 63. With the roads drying out, we're able to pull the truck drivers, and we're not hauling as much gravel. And blade operators are cleaning more ditches. We didn't tear any fiber optics up this week, but we did good. So I talked to you about that road right-of-way plan book. I think we're trying to find the original copy of it from the company that went out of business, but if not, we'll recreate it. So we reached out to that McClure, and theoretically they gave us files that have it, but we haven't been through all the stuff. But other than that, just same old, busy.
I got an email about the splash park. I talked about it a couple weeks ago and asked the question.
I noticed they hadn't opened it up. I looked up, when I went up there the other day, it hadn't been opened, but last week they were pretty short-staffed, so I didn't push it. I don't know if you knew that Robert's father passed away, so they were real short-staffed, so I didn't push the issue, but yeah, we should open it up, I guess.
I mean, that's what they asked about. They asked if we would open it or not because of COVID, and I stated that I would ask.
Yeah, we were gonna open it, but I didn't put any more pressure on because they were the only.
It's gonna be open for the 4th?
Yes. Sean's wife was off, so he was off with her, and then Robert, so that just left Rick going up there trying to help, and I was, Sherry was still working, but they only had 1 or 2 people working, so I didn't.
There's still direction we want to go in building that. I mean, I'm just asking because of the uptake of COVID. But
That's kind of, that's what I'm asking too. Are we, I mean, what did you talk to Chris about it? Are we, I mean.
They left it up to me. They did not give me a direction. I think they're a little reluctant to step in and give directions on some of that stuff because they don't have a.
Didn't work out for Lewis for his aquatic, their
Pardon?
pool. Didn't work very well for their pool. Yes.
I've got grandkids, love the park, I thought it was a great thing with it. I just, at this point in time, I think as a whole nation is saying, oh, we did this a little too quickly and we did that a little too quickly. Linn Valley doesn't have a pool open, now they've got the restaurant closed. I would say let's revisit that.
Let's just not do it.
Let's revisit it.
That's what I
Okay.
would say.
Okay, well, and it would,
That's the email I got, was they wanted to know if we were open because of that.
But you need to know right now, because the 4th of July is this weekend.
Well, I think, yeah, I would make a motion not to open it, like.
I'll second it.
We missed the car show down there in Blue Mound and restroom facilities, and we've got all kinds of events scheduled in the next few months, and we're not opening up these facilities because of it. This seems to me like a change in direction.
And this is for the water park only, not
yes,
for the.
everything else is open.
We revisit it later on in a few weeks.
Sure. I'll visit next week if we think things are gonna change, but I'm in favor of leaving it closed for a while. Of course, I've been a little more conservative.
I agree with you. I just wanted an answer on what we're gonna do. I'm fine with that. You guys fine with that?
They have Wi-Fi.
Do we need to make a motion?
Let's do it. He already did, and I seconded it.
All right, move to second, all in favor?
Aye.
So you don't have to worry about it right now. We'll let us-
Okay, and I think we've got all the cabins open, I think, but we are gonna start painting them. And we do have a little special procedures to clean them. We haven't opened up any of the senior centers for rental, we're still holding on that. So,
Jack, I know where the direction we're at. Of course, facility maintenance is something that pays down the road and where our budgets are and everything else. But with them things being so close to ground, slab on grades, if we put some sort of gutter system on them, it's gonna help the moisture that's getting up. We've already done that other siding twice. I think the painting is imperative, but even if you get a nice paint job and the water running off and even splattering in the mud and the siding this far off, this far from the mud, it's just, the eaves are short. I think you probably ought to look at seeing what a gutter would cost for it. Yeah. I don't, just, I think it's not a huge priority.
Are you out of budgets?
Yeah, it's easier, some of the pictures of the work they had to do on
Termite control.
termite control. And there's other issues up there that hopefully with the budget.
Maybe instead of open park, we can clear out some of the stuff from that one cabin over to where it's look nice.
The Vista?
I really think it'd look awesome. I'd go over there.
You would?
Oh, look at the view.
There's another issue that's gonna come out in the next few years.
So what about
What is it?
Don George? Doesn't he do these grants?
No, those are our docks.
But he won't.
No, they're ours.
Well, and if that program was helping to manage that lake, and I don't believe it is, I can't, acronym of the program that manages all those municipal lakes around, it's picking out of our fishing licenses, but, yeah, for some of those, did they get that one down? That was-
Yep. And they got rid of that one houseboat, which was nice.
So you don't think that talking to Don would do us any favor?
I worked with Don and we put in for, grants on the one dock, but we haven't,
That's the one I was talking about.
I think we're just gonna have to bite the bullet one winter and take it out, take it over to the shop, put new floats under it and redact it, do it ourselves, but
Are they encapsulated, the floats?
they now have new foam systems. When those were built, you just split a piece of foam under there. Now they're encapsulated in plastic. We did, some of the docks that Bobby rebuilt and used that stuff.
Thank you, Jack. We've got 7 budgets here we're looking at. Dave,
Did you want to tentatively approve Road and Bridge?
we did, I think.
Somebody mentioned it, but I don't know if you actually did.
Okay. I would tentatively approve the road and bridge budget
It's-
for $4,306,925.
Second.
Move and second, all in favor?
Oh.
Are those the picnic tables that we were selling that we use with the cabins?
No, those are the new ones that been rebuilt.
Same phrase.
We picked them up off of Corps of Engineers and put new boards on them, so they're all top notch.
Okay, we're on those other budgets now?
Okay, let's just, let me read through several of them here. The crime victim budget is 0. It's I forget the language of it, it's not a tax
My
budget.
favorite budget.
Yeah, okay, so it's 0. I'm gonna set that to the side. The, hold on that.
No, you can't leave.
Do you want an email of them?
Yeah. Did you already tell you?
All right, so the historic budget is 40,000, no change from last year. Special buildings fund is 75,000, again, no change from last year. The DARE fund is $775, which is an increase from $631.46 last year. I'm gonna leave like Dave said, we're certainly gonna have to adjust these budget. Our contingency budget is $2,325,000, same as last year, proposed budget. And the proposed budget for windfall is $3 million, same as last year. It's gonna require some adjustment. You wanna, we're gonna probably have some dialogue about this last one, so I'll go ahead and make a motion that we tentatively approve those budgets as they were stated.
Second.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
The last one is our general fund for the courthouse. He's got two options on it, option one and option two. Option one would include the payroll system, and option two would not include it. Last year's budget was $314,000. Even without the payroll, they're recommending that we would increase. Here's some payroll, significant increase in payroll. What payroll comes out of? Is that custodial?
I don't know.
That's right, that's right.
I know part of our staff does, but I don't know
Insurance.
what percent of that is.
Significant increase to insurance, small increase to contractual, small increase to postage. Utilities slightly increased. Commodities are a slight decrease. Capital outlays a $10,000 increase. Okay, capital outlays, what the difference is between option one and option two. Looks like there's about $110,000 for this payroll system. We got a presentation about that a few weeks ago, right?
Month or
Yeah.
something like that, yeah.
And the benefits of it. I think we've probably used the same philosophy here that we've used before. We would tentatively approve the $346,400 with the intention of revisiting. Sound right?
Sounds right. Second.
Susan, say it, all in favor?
I don't have anything else.
Yeah. You got anything? I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second, move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Chris, do you know how to do that? Turn that off? Gotta ready to turn it off so we can see what's going on.